I feel like I'm timing it almost perfectly, like I should have been able to block there. Woo! Some health, that's always nice. Alright. Bam! And let's switch over to him. We'll do a tattle on that guy. Max HP 2, attack power 1, and defense 0. It'll be a lot more interesting once we get a little further along in this game. Got a little blue hat, cute. That's the only way you can tell the difference. Otherwise, I'd be smacking the guy behind me too. And head bonk. Bam. I mean, for him, this has got to feel like straight murder, right? Like for Mario, it's almost like hunting. You know, he's just killing some of the wild animals. But for Goombario, wouldn't this be like literally just straight murder? This is a spiked Goomba with spikes on their heads. And the 2, 2, and 0. Don't jump on the spikes. You get hurt or even paralyzed. Nobody wants to get paralyzed. I mean, unless that just means you don't feel all those muscle aches either. That would be nice, right? Like, long day at work, then just paralyze yourself as you get home. That'd be good. Alright. Look at that, more than halfway to our next level. That's awesome, that's awesome. Ooh, and our first badge. When Mario's in danger, enemies sometimes fail to attack. So if we go in here, we go to our badges. Go ahead and activate that. And then this one is not... Oh, it is. Oops. I thought that one was going to turn into a Goomba and attack me. Do I have... Yeah, let's use this and just murder all of them. Easy win. And there's that extra heart I wanted. And didn't need it anyways, because we're refilling right here. Wham. A Mimic Goomba. Yeah, I believe I will eventually come across one of those. At least I think so. If it's not in this game, it's in the next one. It's in Thousand Year Door. Ah, you're Mario. I knew it. You can't go past here, Mr. Big Shot. It's a direct order from the Goomba King. That's right. I'm sorry, but the only way is the only way by is through the Goomba Bros. That's me, Red Goomba, and my brother, Blue Goomba. Let's get him, Blue Goomba. Oh yeah, let's do it, my red brother. All right. Let's go ahead and do a tattle on the Blue Goomba. Blue Goomba, he's the younger of the two notorious Goomba Bros. He's got 6 HP, attack power 1, defense power 0. As you heard in his little speech, he's one of the Goomba King's men, and he doesn't look that healthy. He's weaker than his brother. So we're gonna go ahead and take care of him first. Mario, how'd you like some of this? All right. And then we're gonna tattle on the red Goomba. Yeah, I know, right? We got blue and red.
Ooh.
Exactly. Oh wait, I can hear you now.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't hear you before. This is Red Goomba. He's the older of the two notorious Goomba Bros. Max HP 7, attack power 1, defense power 0. The Goomba King ordered him to try to stop you. You can take this guy, no problem. He just has a little more HP than an ordinary Goomba. Alright, so let's finish up this asshole. Bam. Woo! Look at that. That's 10 HP. Blue Goomba. Ah, my little brother, you'll pay for that, Mario. Pay for nothing. And you will die. Damn, this is gonna take a little bit. This is gonna take a little longer than I thought it would. Because pretty sure I can only do one hit at a time. Yep, 1 HP at a time. Alright. Terrible drinking game every time they say Goomba. I don't think I have that much alcohol, Z. As much as I would love to destroy my liver very quickly, I don't think I have the money nor the actual alcohol to be able to do that.
No drinking stream this time around.
Z said, please don't.
He puked so much after the stream.
Hey, don't call me out like that.
It was nasty sounding.
Yeah, I'm not a quiet puker. Yeah, I'll let you go for now. Z, you remember the one time that Tommy dared me to drink a bottle of wine as fast as I could? We got it down in like 2 minutes. And then afterwards, I went and puked outside. It was about that level of puking. Alright, this is the Mimic Goomba. Eat a mushroom to regain your energy. And Goomba with wild eyes. Bam! Right in the face. I like to hit in the face a lot, apparently. Was it the fish in the sink? It was, I believe that was the fish in the sink night, yes. Yes, I almost forgot about that. Oh my god. Totally forgot to gut the fish, and I froze them. And then I brought them over to your guys' place, thawed them out, and realized I could stick my finger right through the fish. They had completely rotted through. I thought you were at that point. Goomba King's Fortress,
No,
just
I'm
ahead.
almost positive that was like right before I started actually hanging out with you guys.
Oh. Okay. King Goomba, help us! Mario beat us up! Hey, look, Mario, see that building over there? I'm pretty sure there used to be a bridge on the other side. I wonder what happened to it. So, Mario, it's true. You've made it this far. I respect you for that. Unfortunately, this is as far as you'll ever get. Because I, the great and powerful King Goomba, will see to it that you advance no farther. You hear that, Mario? No farther, not one step. Are you scared, little man? Yeah, you're scared, all right. You want to say you're sorry? Wow, that King Goomba really is huge. I'm sure he's no match for you, though, Mario. Let's get him. Was it? I thought it was the same night I puked too, but it was a sandwich and I cried because it was a good sandwich. God, to be fair, Z, I don't remember much more than what I did that night. And I comforted you, or Lily did. Did Lily comfort you about this? Lily did. Okay, okay.
About what?
You comforted him about his sandwich because it was a good sandwich. And he cried about it.
I don't remember this. Is this when you got wine drunk?
It had to have been. Z said that the same night he puked too, but it was the sandwich, and he cried because it was a good sandwich. We've got your back. Leave him to me. Hey Mario, I think maybe we ought to take out the Goomba Bros first, don't you think? They must be pretty weak since we just finished beating them up back there. Gonna tattle on the king. This is the Goomba King. He's really big. I mean, look at him. He looks really powerful. Max HP 10, attack power 1, defense power 0. He's the boss of the red and the blue Goomba, but who cares if he's strong? You're much stronger. Gee, I wonder what he ate to become so big. I'd like to be a bit bigger, too. Wham! Bam, bam. That was easier than I thought it would. It's his stash. His stash makes him bigger. Alright, there we go. And head bonk. I mean, to be fair, I've been trying it with my stash, but I still haven't grown any taller. I'm still 5'3.5".
I've been 5'1" since I was in 5th or 6th grade. I
don't think either of us are getting
any taller.
Yep.
I already knew I doomed myself when I started drinking
coffee.
Oh
shit.
In like really early middle school.
You know, it's the caffeine that stunts your growth, supposedly, but I feel like I would have been even worse off if I liked coffee. Thank God I just like tea.
My grandpa got me into it, and then my oldest aunt did.
Oh, Ruth?
Yep.
30 star points. Look at that. We leveled up, guys. Nice, nice, nice. Now, what should we go here? I don't really have a lot of badges. My health has been pretty okay as long as I stay healing. I feel like the FP is our best option. That's the lowest of everything that we have right now that we need. So I'm gonna go with FP. That gives me more ability, like I can use my abilities more times before I need to heal up. Woo! What? How could I lose? Yep, I knew we could do it. Cool, victory! Wham! Look at his dumb face. You got a dumb face. Hear that? Dumb face.
He looks like he's in jail.
Dumb face in jail. Bam. Mario, good fight and all that. I must warn you, however, if you happen to find a strange switch somewhere, you should definitely not press it. It's dangerous, understand? You what? You already pressed it? Just taunting him. Yep, that's what I do. I'm gonna stand on the other side of the window where he can't hurt me and be like, you got a dumb face. Come out here. Second he comes out here, I'm gonna rush inside and go from the other side of the window and be like, face is still dumb, but now I'm inside. And then, you know, lock him out. Woo! And we got a bridge. Look, the bridge. Now we can cross it and continue our journey. All right. Yeah, look at me. Now I got a dumb face. Dummy McDumbface. Woo! And we're gonna smack this tree. And we're gonna check this bush. And there's nothing here. We're gonna leave. Cammy Koopa, no! She saw me do things. How dare she? Well, we might as well save and continue, right? This stream today, guys, I'm planning on doing is probably going to be what my normal streams were in the past, where it's only going to be about 3 hours or so. I still have a little bit of extra stuff I have to get done for D&D tomorrow, so I'm going to be doing...
I got cinnamon rolls to make.
Yeah, and she's making delicious cinnamon rolls.
Cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon. Mighty King Bowser, I've been looking for you. I report your evilness. Mario defeated the Goomba King. He's headed for Toad Town now. What? Unbelievable. What was Goomba King thinking? I used the Star Rod to make him a king because he begged me. And Mario whips him so easily? What a wimp. Ugh, Cammy Koopa, you are sure that Mario can never defeat us, right? Please, your vileness, try to be calm. Goomba King is a small time. I had a feeling he'd fail. It doesn't matter, because while you hold the Star Rod, you are definitely invincible. You could beat Mario with one claw tied behind your back. Yes, very good. By the way, Cammy Koopa, those star spirits we captured don't have any way of giving Mario their power, do they? Please, don't worry yourself. Each is held separately, and each is carefully guarded by your hand-picked subjects. Even Mario can't save all 7 of the star spirits. Who's the closest star spirit to Mario? It's that one at Koopa Bro Fortress, right? If Mario somehow reaches there, can the Koopa Bros defeat him? King Bowser, you mustn't worry. Yeah. Foreshadowing, exactly.
I realize who she looks like. She reminds me of the sea hag from SpongeBob.
Oh, yeah. Here come the Koopa Bros. Oh, yeah, we're the coolest of the cool. Cammy, are you sure these guys can get the job done? That Goomba King was gigantic, and even he couldn't beat Mario. Sure, get real, King Bowser. Yeah, the Goomba King was huge, but he was a total wimpola. We're nothing like him. See, what we got going on is the power of teamwork. Together, we can put the hurt on Mario and seconds flat. Excellent. That's the spirit. Sell it, Koopa Bros. Show our king that special attack you do so well. Yes, ma'am. Ready, everybody? Ooh.
Z said you should give him pizza.
Give them pizza? This is... Oh. How do you like it, King Bowser? How was it? Oh, yeah, excellent, really. I'm not easily impressed either. Mario won't have a chance if you finish him with that attack. We'll take him, King Bowser. By the way, my Koopa Bros, about the captured Star Spirit I've looked up in your fortress. Who's guarding him right now? Nope, nobody, sir. You know, we're here, and so... You idiots, use your heads. Get back to the fortress and guard that Star Spirit. Ninja Koopa Bros. They have the wrong colors, though. They need to change their masks, and I need to find them a old sage master. Preferably a rat of some kind. Sleepy sheep. That'll be nice. Don't know who I'm gonna use it against. Whap! Whee! What's up here? Oh, I got something. Hammer throw badge. That's gonna be useful. We'll go ahead and try to equip that now, too. Oh, we can't. It needs 2. We could get rid of close call and play this thing dangerously. We'll do that. Because I like to live dangerously.
Mario! I'm so glad you're okay! The town is in an uproar! The princess kidnapped, the very castle uprooted! It's bedlam! I really don't know what we can do about all this! Please, Mario, save her highness!
Alright, I'm not gonna do that for every one of them, but we gotta have the voice at least once. Alright, you can't see me, right? I'm gonna lean over here for no reason at all. Alright. Y'all didn't see that. Thank you, dog. I'm a fan of doing random different voices, but that Toad one sucks. Oh no, doom, danger! Princess Peach's castle has flown away up into the sky! No, castle, horrors, only a hole remains, our beloved castle. Where is it? Spread the word! Outrage! Where does this one go? Oh, I'm home! I wonder what my brother Mario is doing right now. Hang on, I think I can do better. Mario! I wonder what my brother Mario is doing right now. Whoa, Mario! It's you! Good to see you! And you're alright. After all that castle craziness, I was really worried about you. I ran outside just as the earthquake started, so I managed to escape in time. Mario? Who is this? Oh, and who are you? Oh, I'm Goombario. Nice to meet you. I see. Great, just great. You're on an exciting adventure with Mario. Talk about unfair. I see someone has to look after this house, so I can't leave. Oh well. Take care of Mario, okay?
Goombario is such a lazy fucking name.
Yeah, I know, right? The more you think about it, the more you realize that they literally are just like Mario and a Goomba. Let's check all this stuff here for anything that might drop. Nothing. Can I go in here? I cannot. Oh, I forgot about this button. This is a good button to have. So much faster. Alright, let's check the house. And coins earned 48, badges collected 3 of 80, star pieces collected 3 of 160, number of battles 15, your first strikes 7, and enemies first strikes 0. So I can't do a ground pound yet, but when I can, we'll go down there. And I don't think. Here's the box where letters get addressed to Mario Go. It's empty right now. You're at peak strength. Do you still want to go to bed? Nah, I don't need to sleep. Sleep is for the weak. I'll sleep when I'm dead. It's his illegitimate love child. I mean, I see it, right? Illegitimate because he wears a blue hat instead of a red. Poor kid's not old enough to have a mustache yet. Oh. Oh, salutations. You are Mario, are you not? Of course I know who you are. I'm the wise toad, Rusty. Pleasure meeting you. As you can probably tell, I love books books, and I read all the time. Because I'm so well read, I know all sorts of interesting facts. Oh no, not Paper Mario again. Yeah, Dr. Bob Hader, we're gonna do Paper Mario for a little bit longer here, and then we'll move over to Baldur's Gate. Don't worry though, I'm not gonna be doing any of the other Toad voices. We're just gonna have regular bunch of different voices instead of the one terribly annoying, terribly hard on my voice, Toad voice. Whenever you visit with me, I'll be happy to share all of my knowledge with you. Are you talking to me because you crave knowledge that only my intellect can provide? Then how about this? So it is told that far away at the very top of the sky there exists a star haven, where stars make their home. I'm in Star Haven. There's a treasure called a star rod. According to legend, it was made with ancient magic. There are said to be stars that are particularly strong and good-hearted. They are called star spirits. Using the magical star rod, these star spirits grant the wishes of everyone in this world. That's why when we make a wish to the night sky and it comes true, it's all thanks to the star spirits and their star rod. If there's anything else you wish to know, please feel free to ask me. Oh, don't worry, we're not gonna make a habit of talking to absolutely everybody. Just want to check some of these places. Nope. There we go, that's the store. Alright, so we're gonna get fire flower, some honey syrup, and it never hurts to have a couple of things of health. Perfect. Alright. Just like when I do when I have real money. Spend all of it, but just a little bit. Can't do anything there yet. Don't want to talk to them. These guys, will they let me? Above us on the top floor, there's a dojo. We are here, always trading at the dojo. Unless our master isn't here, in which case the dojo's closed. A letter just arrived saying the master will return soon. We will train again soon. Our master is wandering the world to purify his mind and train his body. Our master is a strong man. He is going to come back a very, very strong man. We will wait here, right here, until our master returns. Waiting is a part of our training. Just feel like that voice works for him. There we go. All right. Toad newsflash, Princess Peach kidnapped, castle uprooted. A few days ago, Princess Peach's castle was stolen. She was inside and is presumed kidnapped. The whereabouts of the princess are unknown, and where the castle once stood there is now a gaping hole in the ground. According to witnesses, the castle rose into the sky. As soon as we get new information, we'll post follow-up reports on this board. Shocker, right? Toad Town Underground News. I'm scribbling on the back of the notice board. How naughty. I heard Mario was defeated by Bowser. How ominous. A gossip-loving Toad. Fuck that Toad. It's probably him. Fuck that guy. Fuck you.
What's with the verbal violence?
Fuck that guy.
My God.
Merlin is out. The building with the spinning roof is Merlin's house. He's weird. He also happens to be as stubborn as a mule. He rarely comes out. As weird as he is, though, his talent is no joke. He can read the stars. I even predicted that you'd come back safe and sound. You don't sound so excited about it. Jeez. Hey guys, your store open yet? You're a customer, aren't you? Dad's preparing to open the shop soon, so I guess you gotta wait a little while. Ah, damn it. Eventually, we'll get to go through here, but we don't have it unlocked yet. Look at these fuckers. Look at these guys. Fine. It's dangerous out there, I wouldn't go. Yeah, you shouldn't go. Nope, no go. Sorry, but nope. We're gonna save again real quick. And we're gonna run into the post office. Greetings, name's Paracarry. I deliver letters. Yes, hello, this is the post office. You can read any letters you arrive. You or for your other party members. Please drop by now and to check and see if you've received any mail. Well, oh, you seem to have some mail. Which one would you like to read? Well, Goombario. Red and blue Goombas. Here you go. Goombario. You were a lot stronger than you looked. We figured you were just some punk Goomba hanging around with Mario. Anyway, you proved yourself to us, and you showed us that being good is as important as being strong. So, when you come back, do you think maybe we could be friends? Please say yes. We'll be waiting. Red and blue Goombas. We'll keep the letters here for you. Come on by anytime you want to read some letters. I like how, don't go alone. I like how, Goombario does not respond to the letter at all. He doesn't say nothing. He's just like, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna leave that as it is. He left those guys on red. Alright, so we're gonna check south. I don't know if I can actually still go south. Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, no, I can't. These building materials used to be stacked by the road, but they all came down when that earthquake hit. Unfortunately, it's impossible to go south side of town with all this scattered wood. Don't worry, we're restacking it as quickly as possible. I know it's inconvenient, but please bear with us while we get everything in order. So I can only go north to look at the hole in Toad Town. Hey guys, if you're new to the stream, hit that follow button. You'll get notified when I stream. I do try to stream on Tuesdays. If I'm lucky enough to have off of work, it'll be sometime around 5 or 6. If not, then you'll see me at around 9 to 9:30. I am also... welcome in, Just My Luck 72. I am also oh my god, I totally lost. Yeah, right in the middle of it. I am also sponsored by HelloFresh.
Train of thought.
It's very easy for me. I mean, anybody who actually knows me personally knows that it's very easy for me to lose my train of thought. I am sponsored by HelloFresh. We were able to renew the sponsorship, so if you use my link and my code, you will get 10 free meals plus add-ons for life. It is a wonderful service, and if I can actually cook the meals, I think you guys probably could too. Trying to think if there is anything else that I need to mention, but
your donation page.
Oh yeah, that's right. So you can now donate to my page if you'd like. All of the money that will be donated will be used for the stream. So as your donations come in, we will be putting them in a savings that will be saved up to say, get me a new camera or get me better parts for the computer so that way I can stream better.
It'll be on our About section on the profile page. And all you have to do is go down there and it says tip. You can tip us.
Yep. And doing that, there's also different things that you could do. Like if you redeem a certain amount of channel points or redeem like, what is it? Bits, right? Bits or something. Yeah, so if you redeem like bits and stuff like that, then you can make me... That is true. The bits and stuff like that, if you donate those, you can make me do stuff like, say, $10 and I play without my glasses for an hour or whatever. I don't know how fun that'd be for you guys, because I just flat out can't see. This is gonna be... Half the game's gonna be just me doing this. How come I can't move? Why can't I not move? So, yeah. But check it out, guys. It's a cool new thing. They did open up monetization for non-affiliates, so that's what we're testing out.
Only to a certain extent. The only thing is that we can't make money off ads until we reach affiliate. Right. So we're still trying to hit that goal at some point.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think the most fun thing about all of this, about streaming, about doing all of this, is just the different things that we can do with the stream once we start getting more followers, once we start getting more donations and things like that. It's almost unlike unlocking new features as you level up. So, all right, get ready for a bunch of voices. Welcome, Mario. We've been waiting for you. Woo! We're the 7 Star Spirits. Our job is to grant the wishes of good people from our home in Star Haven, a place high beyond the sky. We're going to tell you something incredibly important. Please listen carefully. The other day, Bowser and his followers invaded our peaceful Star Haven. They stole our prized treasure, the Star Rod, which we've cared for since the beginning of time. The Star Rod is powerful beyond belief. It can grant any wish. For as long as we can remember, Bowser has been making wishes like, for instance, I'd like to trounce Mario, or I want Princess Peach to like me. Of course, stars ignore such selfish wishes. As a result, his wishes were never granted. Ah, Bowser, that fiend. When he found out that we were ignoring his wishes, he came and stole the Star Rod so he could grant his own wishes. He seems content right now, mainly because he defeated you and captured the princess. Soon enough, though, I fear he will wish for more, and then terrible things will happen. Yes, the responsibility of 7 Star Spirits to keep the Star Rod safe and use it properly. We must get the Star Rod back from Bowser and return it to its rightful place. In order to do this, Mario, we need your help. Sadly, right now you are not strong enough to challenge Bowser. He has made himself all-powerful by making wishes with the Star Rod. He is terrible to behold. Once we, 7 Star Spirits, are reunited in Star Haven, we can give you the power to fight Bowser. Even with this newfound strength, with our help, you can prevail. Mario, alas, we've nearly exhausted our power to talk to you. Although it looks like we're there beside you, it is only an illusion. We're using all of our strength to communicate with you over a great distance, but even now our strength is fading. We've been caught and are being held by Bowser's followers in different places throughout the Mushroom Kingdom. Please, Mario, first of all, you must rescue us. How selfish is that? It's like, save us! Then you can save the rest of the world. In order to take the Star Rod back from Bowser and save the Princess Peach, we need your help.
It's one hell of a mustache.
Right? Please, Mario. You are our last hope, and we will... Oh, power went out. Mario, it looks like things are a lot more serious than I thought. Do you think the princess is going to be all right? I'm really worried about her. The stash is power. Save and continue. Mario's probably hurt. Everyone's in prison. The Mushroom Kingdom will be destroyed if things continue the way they're going. Something must be done. Only somebody can help me. Hey JC, welcome in. Or Trashy Trish. I gotta get used to using people's online usernames.
Yes, not everybody wants to be, labeled with their personal name.
Right. My dear Princess Peach, how are you doing this fine day? It's no use waiting for Mario this time, my dear. We're so high above the sky right now, even Mario doesn't have a chance of reaching us up here. You know, Princess, as long as I have this Star Rod, no one in the Mushroom Kingdom can touch me. You know the power that grants everyone wishes? It's mine. Isn't that just wonderful? Yeah. Imagine
imagine what it's like down in your kingdom. Your subjects must be so upset because their wishes aren't being granted. Oh, how delightful. They deserve it for the way they've treated us Koopas over the years. If you want anything, all you need to do is ask me, Princess. I can grant wishes. Of course, I'll only grant requests that I like. Anyway, think about it. You take care, Princess Peach. Enjoy your stay here. You watch yourself, Princess. You'd better not cause trouble. Oh, please, if somebody could help me.
Trouble by whining. Huh? Hello, Princess Peach. Pleased to meet you. My name is Twink. You guys good if I just don't say that? Like, if he says his name a bunch of times, if I'm just like...
That name has not aged
no,
well at all.
No, it has not. I don't think they knew what they were doing.
Just call him Starry.
Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and call him Starry. I agree. But you're a star kid, aren't you? How'd you get here? Oh, they knew. Aren't you? How'd you get here? I came from Star Haven to grant your wish. It's our job to grant wishes, you know. Oh, you came because I wish that somebody could help me. Yes, of course. Oh, that's just great. Thank you so much for coming. Here's my wish. Go right now and take the star rod back from Bowser, okay? Think you can do it? Sorry, that's a little much for a novice star like me. Maybe one of the honorable star spirits from Starhaven could grant a wish like that? I'm so sorry. Please, ask for something easy, something small star can do. Then can you take me away from here? Everyone in my castle has been captured, and I have to save them as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't grant that wish either, I'm afraid. Actually, I just got called up to the sky a day ago, so I can't do big wishes yet. If I were a more splendid star, maybe I could actually help. It's alright, don't be sad, Twink. Mario will definitely do something to save us all. He's probably coming right now. Do you think you can find Mario? I want you to give this to him. This is a lucky star, isn't it? Okay, I'll do it, Princess Peach. I'll fly to the Mushroom Kingdom just as quick as I can. Wait 1 second. Can you also... Please tell Mario that I'm fine and he shouldn't worry, okay? Can you tell him that? Of course, I'll tell him your exact words, Princess Peach. Definitely. Now don't despair. I'll be back soon, so stay safe until I return, okay? Oh my god, the talking's never gonna end. Mario, where are you? Damn. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go back to Toad Town. Ah, fucking. Oh, sorry, sorry. I'm in a huge hurry. Oh, you're Mario, aren't you? Thank the stars I found you. Yay, let me circle around you. Tra-la-la. You really shouldn't be telling your name to people, kid. Princess Peach asked me to bring something to you. Ah, yes, here it is. Oops. Get that fixed. Hey guys, if you aren't subscribed, go ahead and hit that, no, I mean, you could subscribe too, right? They can do that now? You can subscribe, you can follow, you get notifications that when I stream. I do stream every Tuesdays. If I am not working, we'll try to go for 5 or 6 o'clock. If I am working, we try to go for around 9 o'clock, and that is Central Time.
You get some new emotes now too if you do choose to subscribe to our sub 1 tier.
Yeah.
Subscription tier 1.
Yeah, you'll earn channel points and bits and things like that.
You always earn channel points, and if you look at the bottom, there's like a little button that has a bubble that has a number. You'll accumulate points the more you watch the stream. You can use those points to interact with the stream. And if you have any suggestions, let us know. I can add some more.
Is it just these 3 right now?
There's more. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So if I just do this, here's an example.
So now Bobby's messing with it.
That little star's name reminds me of Binky's fact or opinion game when a girl appears and he says, "This is a girl. Is it a fact or opinion that this is a girl?"
Oh, man.
That's actually pretty funny. So yeah, I did that, and then if I hit that button, will it do it? No. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to get it. It says I have infinite channel points on my own channel, which makes sense.
Yeah,
but
it's your channel.
Right, but at the same time, when I click like to highlight my message to kind of make it as an example, it wouldn't let me send it.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm not sure either. Yeah. We got the Lucky Star. That's the Lucky Star from Princess Peach. Now that it's yours, you can use the action command. May I take a moment to explain what the... No, please no. This is important, Mario. I think you'll want to know about it. No, I'm good. Oh, okay, great. I don't even have to explain. Once you understand how to use the action command properly, you'll be even more powerful. Terrific. You'll be much tougher in battle now. It reminds me of Meat Popsicle's tattoo. Which one? What tattoo do you have?
My Pawpoo fruit.
The Pawpoo fruit?
My
yeah,
Hearts
okay.
Pawpoo fruit.
Okay. I don't know why I couldn't think of that one. Nah, just give me the thing, Star Bro. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, to be fair, it's like on my shoulder blade, so it's not something I see regularly. More do most people not see it regularly either.
Yeah, yeah.
What a foolish star, kid. I knew that if I followed you, I'd find Mario. If I defeat Mario right now, I'll be famous. I'll tell Cammy Koopa. She'll shower me with praise. She'll give me a raise. Here I come.
Alright. We're gonna go ahead and do a power jump. Wham! Okay, I missed that one, but now we have the ability for like the action commands. That's the word. Now we have the action commands. So I can do a double jump and I can do more damage with it, and I can try to block but definitely miss the button. Let's see. Right there. Awesome. And we got another one. Bam! I already feel like... Oop, I didn't block it. I already feel like we're right back in the swing of things. Die, motherfucker, die! Woo! And Ultra Dead. No one will ever remember his name. That's how much of a failure he was. I know that you'll be able to defeat Bowser. I'm gonna go return to Princess Peach's side. I'm not strong enough to really help her, but at least I can tell her you're okay. Well, Mario, see you later.
Hey, I'm gonna take off for like 2-3 minutes. I gotta take Vinny out to go potty.
Oh, is it time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm alright, so don't worry about me. That's exactly what she said. I get the feeling, though, that she's very lonely. Anyway, I'll do my best to help the both of you. But please be brave. You must save Princess Peach. There he goes, back to Bowser's castle. What a brave little guy. Okay, Mario, let's get down to business. Alright. And we are going to make our way into... here. No, screw that guy. He can stare at rocks all day. But we have stuff to do. Oh, Mario! Merlin was looking for you. He lives in that house with the spinning roof. He asked me to tell you to go meet him at his house. I was just about to go look for you, but here you are. It's rare for Merlin to call somebody over to his house. He's a bit eccentric even when he has visitors. It's rare for him to come out of the house at all. Let's fuck his tree up, too. Got any flowers? Now you don't. Bam. Merlin is out. Why do you keep on knocking? I'm telling you, he's out. Salt the earth. Ah! Well, now I'm really gonna salt the earth. What the? Why is someone sleeping in front of my house?
Wait a minute. That face seems very familiar to me. Oh, maybe. No, yes. It must be. You're Mario. I've been waiting for you. You should come earlier. Well, you're here now. Come in.
And press it in good. I better come back and this whole area is just brown. Not a single bit of grass alive.
Where to begin? My name is Merlin. I am a wizard. When I was reading the stars the other day, an oracle came to me. What I discovered is very important, and it concerns you. But before I tell you about it, there are other things of which I must speak. It is a very long story, but I will try to shorten it. Where should I start? It was in the old days. One of my ancestors was up on Shooting Star Summit, and as usual, but one day it happened suddenly. A great appeared, and I standing face to face. Then the far away the pious was raised me up was amazing. I was still so young, and then I believed in what our hearts were, and then so.
I'm right there with you, Mario. Do you like my stash?
And that is all that matters.
Huh?
Hey, Mario,
Were you listening to me? Yes, please don't repeat yourself.
oh, alright. So, anyway, that is why I am able to help you. And if you get lost during our adventure, you can come to me. I can predict the path you should take for a small price. Right now, your main goal must be to save your Princess Peach as quickly as humanly possible, but according to my second sight, your path must first take you to the great fortress of the Koopa Bros. To reach the Koopa Bros fortress, head east on the road in front of the Toad House.
Okay. It's as simple as that. And to answer his question, I do like his stash. We're going to save. And we're gonna go this way. We're gonna whack them. You don't want to go out there. It's way too dangerous. Going to Koopa Bros Fortress would be a huge mistake. Definitely don't go. Most of all, though, you shouldn't go ask Old Man Merlin for help. That would be really bad news for us. I mean, for you. Don't even think about it. Motherfucker, I gotta go bother the old man again. We're gonna go bother this old man. Ask the wizard to accompany us on our journey. Oh, Mario, do you want me to predict the path you should take? It'll cost 5 coins. No. You don't want me to predict your future? Alright, whenever you lose your way, come to me. If you require something other than fortune, to stand beside me to talk to me.
But come again. Strange toads blocking the east side of town. That shouldn't be. That's ridiculous. Such a thing has never been heard of. Never. I'll get to the bottom of this. Follow me over there. I'll see what's going on.
And he reminds me of Wilford Brimley.
I will use the power of diabetes. Are these the strange toads you were talking about?
I told you you can't pass.
Take off. You aren't toads, are you?
We don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, what gives? Ask anyone. We're just cute ordinary toads hanging out.
Reveal your true selves.
Who's that? I don't think I know who that is. Diabetes. Wilfred Brimley. He's the diabetes guy, Meat Popsicle. You know him if you saw him.
Ah! Just as I thought. You're the Koopa Bros. How'd you guess it was us?
Oh, whoops, wrong voice. Did I give them a voice? Famous actor too. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wasn't he in like a lot of westerns and stuff? I gotta think of a voice for these guys. I'm pretty sure I already had one, but how'd you guys guess it was us? We were perfectly disguised. Shucks, black, yellow, green. We retreat for now. Actor was a speaker for Liberty Medical. Yeah, Liberty Medical as well. And I didn't know Bub loved him too. That's cool. I didn't know he had a name. I just thought he was that diabetes guy. Mario, those imposters were none other than Koopa Bros.
You must pursue them into their hideout, the Koopa Bros Fortress. Oh, Mario, there's one part of your fortune I haven't revealed. I have to get to the Koopa Bros Fortress. You'll need help from a blue-shelled Koopa. This is a strange portent in Koopa Village. You might find something that will clear it up. I must return home now.
Oh, I didn't know he was in the thing. That's awesome. Alright, so we are gonna head right and find the next save point over here. We are now in Chapter 1, which interestingly enough is where we are going to end up switching games. We're gonna make our move over to Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance here shortly, as soon as we get past to the next save point. Ah! Okay, there we go. Nice. Oh. I'm gonna go ahead and tattle. And get all of their BGD. Hold on, when I get back, I gotta flip screen. Yep, I will wait for you to get back. I still haven't found a... what do you call it? When you... I still gotta get to a save point. I keep losing my train of thought. You can flip them with a pow block or a jump attack. Alright, so we are gonna hit a mushroom real quick. We need some health. And we're gonna get attacked, but blocking it. Nice, nice. Alright, and we're gonna power jump this guy right in the face. Bam, he's dead. And head bonk. Bam. Oh, I love having the action commands. Keeps eating salad instead of pooping. That is quite normal. Bam. All right. And then I'll take out this guy in the back. Vinny's amazing. He is the best dog. Bam. Bam. Do. Awesome. Oh. Ah, I hit it too early. All right, so we're just gonna use regular hammer on this guy. Bam. Yeah, we're gonna fuck these Goombas up. Eventually, it's gonna start getting difficult. Probably after Koopa Fortress, and maybe the world after that is it's gonna start being really difficult. Got the Dizzy Attack badge! Yay! When we level up, we are gonna level up our SP, or our badge power, basically. Now that we're getting more badges, it's gonna be really useful. Awesome, power block. Can't see me. Nope, can't see me. That's what I wanted. There we go. And whoop-bam! Haha! Alright, go enjoy that Fortnite shop. Oh! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Just My Luck 72! Thank you so much. That is amazing. Ooh, that is so cool. That is my first gifted subs. That is amazing. That means that you guys are now the people that got added, what do you call it? Gifted, the people that got gifted the tier 1 sub. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, let's take a look and see what this looks like, because I've never... That is awesome and amazing. Let's see. Trashy Trish, Bojack Skull Crush, Hipster Crystal, Meat Popsicle, and Dog are now subscribed to the channel. That's awesome. Yeah, so you guys should get some special emotes now if you check in your... Yeah. Woo! That's so cool. PogChamp and Pop Nemo. Alright. That is so neat. Hey guys, don't forget to hit that follow button if you're not already following, and as you can see that donations are open. I don't know what I'm doing, just my luck 72. Well, what you just did there was you purchased 5 subscriptions to my channel for other people in the chat. Basically, you gifted subs, which is awesome. That means that 5 people in the chat are now subscribed to me for at least this month. And having done that, the what face? I love it. Having done that gives them the access to some cool little things like what you put there down at the bottom, little emotes and things like that. Meat Popsicle can explain more what that's gonna do. Just like that. That one right there is one.
Yeah, I'm sorry he turns red randomly. I have to figure out why it does that. But I have, yeah, if you click
oh, I like the purple one.
Smiley face, and then there's a section of the emotes that says Dr. Bob Rob 92, and then you can see. I will slowly but surely add some more as we go on, but for right now, those are the ones that I get.
Ooh, damn, I didn't block it in time. Alright, we're gonna do this, and we are 3, bam! I love it. Those are so cool to see a bunch of emotes in chat. Ah, damn it. Alright. Damn, I shouldn't have done that. I should have done a hammer throw, or let him go first, because now he can't do anything. Damn it, I still didn't block that in time. Bam. Hey, halfway to our next level. That's awesome. Sweet. Back up to 7. Aha! There we go. Bam. Alright, so we're actually gonna go ahead and use... Why not use the fire flower and take out a good portion of these guys? Oh, my ear. There we go. Bam. And absolutely murder these animals that are just...
Are the headphones making your head sore?
Just my ear, my left ear, yeah. But it's fine, I can deal with it. And whoop bam. Ooh, more coins, more coins, more coins, more coins,
Somebody's
more coins.
calling you.
Let them call me. I can't pull the phone near the mic, this is what happened last time. Wait, I'm pretty sure, is it this one? Yes, it is. Yeah, okay. So if we ever need it... Welcome back, Lil Wolf. Yeah, if we ever needed this guy, he just spins around and you can collect hearts from him. And we're gonna hop down. And then this goes into the actual town, I believe. Nice. Perfect. And we're gonna go ahead and equip that one. We don't need extra SP for it because it doesn't cost anything. Ready? That's all that does. It just changes the way that sounds.
Can it be? Are you Mario? Welcome to Koopa Village. I wish we could really welcome you, but we're in big trouble. Can't you see what kind of madness is going on? This village is in an uproar because of the fuzzies.
I was really worried because, I mean, if one of the characters was named Twink, I was really worried he was going to say we're in danger because of the furries. This was going to become a very different game. No lyric while I take a bath. All right, well, hey, appreciate you stopping by, Wolf. You do know what fuzzies are like, don't you, Mario?
They look like that. I mean, guys, they're really naughty.
They're little soot sprites.
Yeah.
No, no, stupid fuzzy, get back here with my shell.
Bam.
Oh, thank you, Mario. I owe you one. Just can't walk around without my shell. I'd talk about embarrassing. Mario, be sure to keep your shell safe from fuzzies, all right?
Oops, you don't have one.
Well, watch your overalls.
All right, there should be a save point somewhere around here. Oh, fuck this guy up, too. Hey, hey, come here, motherfucker. Get your ass back here. Haha. Oh, there's that. I might as well save the guys on this area. My shell's up there. What'll I do? Well, have your shell back. It was really that easy. I know you can jump. You're the best. Thank you very much. All right. Well, here's your. Damn it. Ah, this fucker. I don't know if I'm ever gonna catch him. Oh, hey, dried shroom. I will get rid of the dried shroom. Cool. All right. I just kind of really want to get this. Aha! Now I got him. Nice. Get that guy his shell. Woo! Thanks, Mario! This shell was made to order. That's why it fits me so well. I mean, how cool do I look? And now we will save. Fucked him up. All right. And we have saved. With that wonderful, amazing beginning intro to the Koopa Village, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. Use this time to go use the bathroom, grab something to eat, grab something to drink. We are going to make our switch over to Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. All right, guys. See you in a bit. If that wasn't the gayest thing I've ever done. I know, I did that on purpose. I was saying that to chat. Just stare at this beautiful face for a minute, guys.
I'll also like to mention at this time, thanks to the chat, that for anybody that is watching to have a look at our HelloFresh. And if you're interested in purchasing HelloFresh, our code is on the bottom along with a link. You get 10 free meals plus free add-ons for life.
All right, bring it up to. There we go. Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back. We are going to start some Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. I'm excited to get back into this game. Now, I do remember. Hey, Z. I mean, dog. Oh, change it to here. The stream category, right? So we do Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. There we go. And then is it just automatically save? Perfect. Okay. So this was... Which way was I going? Is it this way? This is... yeah. Oh, he's somewhere over here. I know he is. We gotta go this way. And... aha! Hey guys, if the game is a little too loud, let me know. We can turn the volume down. Follow the bodies. Yep, that's all I have to do. So I just follow the bodies. I know I'm going the right way. There we go. Oh. Oh shit, I gotta back up. We gotta run. No, we gotta block. Bam. Run, maybe until some other guys. Ah, run! Run! This is terrifying. I've got too many of them. Trade blows. Wham! There we go. There's one down. And we should have a second down shortly. Okay, moving. Hey! Don't do that. This guy's a jerk. Yeah! Ow! Quit it. Oh. There we go. I don't have any more healing potions, so we have to be careful. Ooh. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna do the thing I love doing, and you guys hate watching. I gotta run back to the save point real quick. We gotta get all the way back up here. I used all my health potions that I had, yeah. But I killed at least 3 of those guys by myself. That's pretty awesome. Actually, I killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, an ogre, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Whoop. And whoop. And whoop.
Does an ogre not count?
Nope. I mean, he's harder to kill than these guys, so he should count, but he doesn't. Arbitrary rules I've made up for myself. Ah! There we go. There's a health potion. What's up? Oh, you're talking to Vinny? Hey guys, if you didn't know, today is Vinny's birthday. He turns 15 or 16 today. What is it? Do you know?
At this point, I have to look at Facebook to let me know.
It's his birthday today, so wish Vinny a happy birthday. Not that he can read it, because he's just a dog. But I will tell him you all said it. And if you don't say it, I'll tell him you didn't say it. Ooh.
I made some carrot cake cinnamon rolls. So I saved a little piece for him, but without the cinnamon filling.
There we go. Alright, so I've got a few guys up here. I just want to attract them over like one at a time, right? Gonna get them one at a time so I can easily... Oh shit. Bam! Come on, one more. There we go. Alright, let's get another one down here. Hey! Excuse me! Oh my god,
Oh,
there's so many.
watch out, there's a lot.
Yeah, there was also an ogre. Ooh. Hit him in the shins, Mason said Bork. Well, tell Mason Vinny says Bork as well. I'm just gonna sit here.
He's such a handsome dog.
Yeah, Mason's such a good boy. So if I just sit here and block, I won't take any damage, and he'll just murder all of them. I guess I am losing out on experience if they die this way too, right? Sweet, and then just I'm gonna let it happen. I'll lose out on a little bit of experience if that means he kills all of them. Oh. Oh, I got him! Hell yeah! Sorry guys, I got a little quiet. Kinda had to focus and lock in, cause if I would've died... Oh! Shit. Yeah, that almost killed me. If I would have died there, that would have been starting over a lot.
I can't wait until I get 1,000 points so I can make you drop your weapon.
No. Don't do it. I cannot drop a weapon yet. Ah, fuck these guys. Okay. There we go. Alright. Let's just attract a few more dudes. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
I believe the red bar is the health bar, right?
Yes. Red bar at the top is the health bar. The green bar is your experience, and the blue bar is your mana. Alright, and last one after... Whoa! There we go. Oh, I thought that would be it. Bam! Okay. Yeah, it's pretty cool when that bar is full, because it means I'm not doing too terribly. Alright, cool. We're just gonna sit here and block, and he's gonna throw rocks. Throw rocks at these guys, so I don't have to fight them. Yeah, take a hit. Yeah, murder him! You just murdered your friend. And that's not... Okay, cool, now we go. Wham! Right in the back of the head. Wham! Right in the back of the head again.
It's like in Minecraft when you get the skeletons to shoot each other.
Yes, it's just like that. Damn, see that? He did 68 damage. That could have been me taking 60. What did you do today? Killed my coworkers. Yep, dog. That is all that he can say that he did. Okay. Ow, we're moving in a second. And we are gonna actually kill this one. Ah, yeah. We're back on Baldur's Gate now, Dr. Bob Hader. Woo! Alright, so let's check real quick. Whoop, return to game. Let's check real quick. I wish I could double... I could dual wield, but I can't. Club of Defense. I think our weapon that we currently have is better than the one that we had. Or is better than anything that we picked up. Okay, so we've got 2 for the boots. No, 2, 3, and 6. Everything that we've collected, we are wearing better of. Unpredictable wrestlers. Looks like we need to ban somebody. At least one a stream. Yup, exactly. It's at least one a stream, dude. Ah! I wasn't watching! Ow, that still hurt. Ooh, that fucking murdered me. It was a trap.
Am I Germa banning them for like, 30 years?
It's just Germa ban them. 30 years. Ow, quit it. No, yeah, get them out of here. I don't want them back. Alright, so... we ran back and we saved that one time. I probably should have did that another time, because now we went through and I have to kill a bunch of guys again. And let's see. Let's see. Nice. I'm gonna be a little smarter about it this time, and I'm gonna try and get as much damage as I can. There we go. Yes, actually, Dr. Bob Hader, I am sponsored by HelloFresh again. We found out that we were able to extend our sponsorship just by basically refreshing it. Refreshing HelloFresh. It's kind of funny how it worked. So I do have a new code and a new link now, but at the same time, everything that I offered in the past is still available.
No, everything's still the same.
Oh, really? The link is still the same too?
Still the same. Everything's still there. And if they can still click the link when it shows up in chat, or they can go into the main page on the About section, and then there's a thing right there for them to click on it.
Okay. All right. But yeah, if you guys use my code and my link, you'll get 10 free items plus... whoops, gotta run, hang on. 10 free items plus add-ons for life. Totally worth it, great product, cheaper and healthy alternative than to take out. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, we gotta go. We gotta run. We gotta run and we gotta save really quick, cause holy shit. We are almost dead. We're gonna go back, we're gonna save again. And then... yeah! Run away! Fucking run! I wish there was a dodge.
Oh!
Just non-stop until I get back to the save point. Okay. We are back at the save point. Now... most everything in that area is dead. We only have the troll left. I think troll and one more knoll. But I'm not 100% if there was another knoll or not. If you guys aren't following, hit that follow button. You'll be notified when I stream. I try to stream every Tuesday. We go earlier if we can, if I'm not at work. And if I am at work, we go around 9 o'clock. Alright, I'm gonna fuck him up. Ow. Oh, that hurt. Oh, and I got him. I got him. That was lucky. Alright, let's see if I can't hit this guy. Cheese these guys from afar. There we go. Guys, I'm not afraid to cheese. Plot twist, a necromancer? Don't even say that! Necromancer shows up, I'm fucked. Woo, nice. Alright, that time I actually didn't get hit by it. Okay. I mean, I'm hitting things. It's like I'm too far for them to know, but my arrows are still hitting. Where's it going? Oh, that almost hit me.
I'm out.
Ah, I'm out. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Oh, I was hoping I could take him out before I got killed. And I could not. I could not. Did you get the thing for sending money up yet? Yes, we did. If you go into, I believe, where is it? Yeah, so if you go into the About section, you can donate via,
Tip.
you can tip, or you can throw in, like,
Or subscriptions. That
thank
also
you.
helps. But if you want to pay directly to us, there is, when you go to the main page, there on the About section next to the HelloFresh, there's a little tipping button. And that'll go directly to us instead of having to split profits with
Fuck.
Twitch.
I just went into that without any thought, which is quite normal for me. Yeah, so if anybody asks about that, I'm gonna have you go ahead and describe it, because I don't know how any of it works. Me Popsicle is the one who set it up, so I know there's channel points, bits, tips, and subscriptions, and we can do all of those things now, which is awesome.
There's so much crap, and then there's all these extensions that give more options to other people.
Yup. Damn it, he ran away. What a jerk. It's like he knew I was gonna try to kill him. The work group, you almost got me killed. Damn it, you did get me killed. Stop running from my love. Subscription like OnlyFans. Yep, you can subscribe to my OnlyFans, which is my Twitch gaming. That is only for my fans. That's so cool though. I love to see that you guys can use channel points now. Highlighting messages. If you do subscribe, you can use different emotes. There's a bunch of different ones that we have. We're going to be adding more as well. A little bit ago, we had Just My Luck 72 get 5 tier 1 subs, which was amazing. But it also gives the ability for those people to use different emotes and things like that.
I also have something set up called sound alerts. So you can kind of put your own input into the stream by using memes and stuff. There's a purple button somewhere on the screen that looks like a face with headphones, and it has a bunch of little memes on there you can click and use channel points to, or bits and stuff to use. But I think I have everything set up right now to basically free. So go ahead, go nuts.
Yeah, every single shot missed. Oh, almost got hit. Oh, there we go. Haha. Nice try. There we go. I really gotta turn the screensaver off on my laptop. It keeps trying to go dark on me. Alright, so now we're gonna actually get something good out of this. After I kill him, I guess. Haha! Nice, and we don't actually need to use it. Whoa! A Ring of Constitution. Let's check that out. So I have a ring of protection +1. We might as well switch out one of the ring of protections for a ring of constitution. And that's a ring of protection +1/+1. And then this is just gonna add constitution, so that's always nice. Alright, let's take a look and see if we got anything new. Nothing better. No. Interesting. I feel like I'm gaining a lot less stuff in this one than I was in the last one. Alright, alright. There we go. Nowhere near us. Nice. I took a few hits where I didn't need to, but it was totally worth it. Okay, troll's there. I am getting more experience because we're actually killing them this time. Yeah, there's a lot of different options and stuff. I didn't know the difference between tips and gifting subs and gifting like cheers and bits and stuff like that. But I am also learning, so it is something that will come with time.
From what I know, basically everything is a donation, but bits are like a very small form of a tip because you get cut of it from Twitch, and then a cheer you also get a cut with Twitch. But usually you want to put cheers as like a higher tier tip. And then a donation is just a donation.
Shit, don't get hit, don't get hit. Oh! Okay, we're running back to save. Sorry, guys. It's too bad you guys can't feel it. The controller vibrates when you're really low on health, so it just makes it that much more scary. Look at that booty. Look at that booty. See, I hear another guy that's alive over here, but I'm not about to go find out where he's at. Oh, look! Sound alerts. Does that mean... Oh, is that what you just sent here? So if I click into that, what does that do? Where is it? Oh. He's buried under his friends. He's just laying there going, Ugh! I mean, I'd be mad too. Oh God, not again! Alright, now that we have saved, we're gonna go all the way back up. Too bad I don't have more arrows. Haha! Nice! And whatever we got was enchanted. Let's check what that was. Leather gloves +3, so those are a 5. Damn. They are not better than what I have. They are basically the exact same thing, but because these scale gloves don't have a plus and they're 5, they're better than these that have a +3 that make them 5. The work group, I did not finish Wind Waker, no. We're taking a break from Wind Waker this week and gonna try out some of our other games that we were trying to beat. I feel like if we, you know, I did get a few bingos, but if we want to, at some point, we can go back. Nice, nice. Bam.
I'll make a new board for bingo if anybody wants to throw in suggestions of goals and stuff I could put on the bingo board. Let me know or throw them in chat.
We don't need a new board, we just gotta finish the one we have.
Well, you got bingos on them already.
Yeah. But now we just got to get a blackout. There we go. Okay. Just nothing but a pile of dead bodies here. Okay, there's more. There we go. Alright, we're getting more criticals than I expected us to get. Normally they don't go around the other side. I don't know. They're just not very smart. I've been very lucky in the fact that they have not done that. Haha. Bam! And bam. Ah, I really thought that would be it. Can't even get away with saying I was one off. Okay. So we're gonna run down here. Hopefully I got... Yes! Mine camp! Hell yeah, guys! This is what I needed. This heads to our next little town area. It's a tiny little area, but means I can sell. Means I have a place where I can take a recall potion to. This is good. This is good. Alright. Enter Windwalk. New. Excuse me, you know there's a bunch of people over there that want to kill us! Yes, definitely, Dog, I agree with you. Getting healing potions is a great idea. First things first, though. Save the game. Alright, Brannock, the shopkeeper. Well, we're gonna sell this. Gonna sell 2 of those. We don't need this, or this. We don't need that. We don't need that. Alright, and because we have 9,000, we will... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we should check out... So I have 12 for armor right now. Scale mail would be amazing. Let's see. Let's check what our numbers are real quick. So it's a 12. 12 and 5 for everything else. Now we have 12 and 5. So we're gonna look at armor first. 12 and 5 for everything else. Whoops, I'm looking at weapons. Let's go down to 5,000 for... That's, I mean, amazing right there. Scale mail. So that's what we need. And then... This is much better when I don't work before the stream. I wish every shop in game had a voice of the merchant from RE. What are you buying? What are you selling? I'll buy that at a high price. This is much better when I don't work before the stream, the work group. Yes. I'm hoping you're enjoying it and not falling asleep, but I mean, hey, if you fall asleep, just leave it running. I don't mind. Elven scale mail +2, which I mean is great, but we don't have money for that. Let's take a look at some of the other weapons here. Flaming Masterwork, light mace, 4 to 24. Let's take a look. What did I have again? So 4 to 15 is what I have. So ultimately that is better. I'll go ahead and I'll sell that. And then we will go up to buy. Let's take a look again. That's a nice one.
come to the right place.
Fine Morning Star 12 to 18.
Fine steel as you will in this shop.
Darkwood Staff, but that's 2-player. Warhammer's 2-player. Did I say 2? I fucking said 2-player. I meant 2-handed.
Help you, brother.
Longsword. Masterwork Morning Star 18 to 26. Ooh, a Mithril Scimitar. Now, I don't have the money for half this shit, so we're just kind of looking right now. 12 to 18. Ultimately, it is a little bit better. But is it worth it?
Welcome, brother. If you're in need of a weapon, you've come to the right place.
4 to 15, 12 to 18. I think it is worth it. I think we're going to spend a little... And the browser and the app have a lot of differences. Really. I've never looked at the difference between the browser and the app, but... I mean, I only ever use the app because that's what I control most of my channel through that on the phone as well. Lily uses the browser, I think, on the computer, right? Yeah. All right, so we are going to buy... Actually, you know what? Instead of spending our money on that... Oh, can I do both? I can do both. All right, we'll do that. And then... Ah, don't look at me, I'm naked! Ah. Oh, all I did was light it up. I didn't... Oop, that's the wrong button. It's all good. Ah, don't look at me! I know, don't look! There we go, we're good. I just wanted that. 12
You're
to
breaking TOS over here, Bobby.
Even Cromlech said, this isn't the place for that.
Welcome, brother.
Sell, and we'll sell that. And then we're gonna go ahead and buy a bunch of healing potions. There we go. Alright. So, we bought a bunch of healing potions. Just kind of checking out this whole area to see if there's anything to... I feel like that's kind of like... Let me start a campfire in your house that burnt down. That's kind of like a slap in the face to whoever owned that house, huh?
What's a fireplace than just a camp site that's in your house?
That's true. You are right.
There's a difference, though, putting it in the middle of the floor on a rug that's probably acrylic or synthetic. Right, Bobby?
I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, I wonder.
Oh, using the browser. You prefer using the browser, but the app has more options like sending coins. Okay. Torgir, I remember you. It has been too long. What happened here? Where is the rest of Brungor clan?
This camp is all that remains of our clan. We were forced to fall back when a patrol of dark elves invaded our mines.
You want to tell him the story? You can tell him the story.
Poison blades
I was bored.
It wasn't my
maybe a little
blunder.
stoned.
to strike us.
What's that?
It's not my blunder. That's your blunder.
So I was bored and a little stoned, and it was raining outside, but I still wanted to start a fire. So I grabbed one of her metal, like, baking bowls, and it was a big metal baking bowl. If any of you guys in chat work with me in the kitchen, like one of the ones that we have in the back, that we would use for, like, wings and stuff. But I put a bunch of paper and sticks in there, and I lit it up on fire, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. Neat little campfire in the house. Didn't realize the carpet underneath it would melt because the bowl was so hot. So that wasn't the smartest thing to do, but it was fun while it lasted. I will not abandon my brothers to the dark elves, Torgir. Let me into the mines and I'll drive them out there myself.
Getting back into the mines is the second of our troubles. Our leader Colgrim took the key for the mine entrance with him when he and 3 of our clan went to climb Burning Eye, that peak in the distance.
Why did they leave the camp?
They seek to light the signal fire atop Burning Eye, and summon our brothers from Easting. Trouble is,
Yeah, fire. Most people that work in kitchens are also pyros. Yeah, no, 100%. It's kind of fun to see what we can do that's still safe, even if it's not the safest. Like, I'm not gonna light anybody or anything on fire, but I'm gonna... Well, actually, maybe I will light something on fire.
we cannot even re-enter the mines to try and take it back from the drow.
Can the door to the mines be forced?
To the mines was sealed with our key of Doomathon.
Nobody give Bobby a meringue torch.
To our gate causes the cracks and spaces of the gate to be solid stone. Not even a bat.
OSHA is just a suggestion of the rules. I agree 100%. In 2 years I've worked in that kitchen, or almost 2 years, I've never once seen OSHA, so I don't know what you're talking about.
For now.
I will go in search of Colgrim and his band and see if I can persuade him to let me use the key to enter the mines.
I wish you luck. And may Clongadid's twin axes bury themselves in your enemies.
Farewell, Torgir. Okay. Now that all the talking's done, we're gonna save again. And we are going down to check out over here. I don't think I can go this way. Not yet. Burning Eye Base. Well, sure, let's go here. But really, trust OSHA. Maybe. Just depends if they want to keep on telling me what to do. Maybe I don't want to hear it.
I think they're just really strong suggestions, Bobby.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, okay. So we're taking a lot less damage, at least from the wolves. But there are a lot of them. Oh shit, there are a lot of them. I really gotta remember to block more. Give them hugs! I will hug them with this pointy toy ball.
This is giving me the same vibes as Adventure Time when Finn turns into a werewolf and hugs everybody.
Oh, the hug wolf, yeah. Block them with your face. I mean, to be fair, that's how I mostly play games, yeah. Oh, shit. Alright. So, I haven't seen anything, but keep an eye out. If you guys see a chest laying in the ground that I don't, then let me know. See, the wolves like to circle me. Hey guys, I do have to mention this every now and again, but I am sponsored by HelloFresh. If you use my code and my link, you'll get a 10 free meals plus add-ons for life. It is a wonderful service. We do use them fairly often ourselves. Cheaper alternative, healthy alternative to takeout. You can also kind of customize your meals and make your meals your own just by going through all the different options that they have. You're not stuck with you know, a recipe being exactly as how they give it to you. I would check it out. It's totally worth it. It's a lot of fun to, you know, it's more of an experience rather than just having a meal. You know what I mean? It's a lot of fun. Also, if you are not following, click that follow button. That'll notify you every time I stream. If you guys are, give me 1 second here. If you guys are Amazon Prime members, you do also get a free Prime sub. So if you guys want to, it doesn't cost you anything and helps me and my channel out a little bit, use that Prime sub. Yeah, we got all of our donations and our tips and stuff open now, so check the link in the description. Good, I'm gonna have a book to read every 30 minutes now, eventually. There's different things I have to mention. We'll save again. This is
You make it a book.
I make it a book, but I want everybody to know everything that they need to know. Alright.
I wonder if you can get Bezos subs.
Oh, what's that? What do you
The
mean?
Prime subs. So if you connect your, that's like what we do when we give our subs to our streamers and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was mentioning
you
to
link
chat.
it to your Amazon.
That's what I was mentioning to chat, but to be fair, yeah, I don't actually know if that works.
You link your Twitch to your Amazon account. They'll even give you, like, I don't know, a bunch of, like, promo codes and all this other stuff, deals for games, and, like, in-game purchases and all this stuff. They give you a bunch of stuff.
That's awesome.
And then you get Amazon Gaming. I don't know, it's a bunch of crazy stuff. I haven't even looked into, like, a quarter of it.
Oh shit, get out of here. Oh shit, I got him behind me now too. Amazon gives games away for free too. I did not know that. Oh shit, oh shit. Haha, got him. Drown like your brother. Damn. Damn. Ooh, something. Ooh, something else. Alright, alright. Doesn't seem like there's anything else this way. So we're gonna have to go up the mountain. The online world is confusing and big. Don't I agree with you, Z? You prime normally computer games, so I never get them. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Let's check and see what we got here real quick. And the Staff of Disruption and a Masterwork Hand Axe. Still nothing better than what we currently have. And we are doing good on health potions, recall potions as well. Let's make our way up and hopefully... Secret tunnel! Through the mountain! Secret, 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 secret tunnel! Ah! Oh, these wolves hurt way more, guys. Holy shit. Jazz hands. Ah. Wait. Ah. There we go. I gotta shake them a little more. Can I go this way? There's nothing there, right? Yeah. Damn it. Nothing there. Alright. Ooh, save spot. Alright. Sweet. There we go. And look at that. Another save point down. As we climb this mountain. Guys, listen, we're a dwarf going through the mountains. This is gonna be a piece of cake. Okay, what the fuck is that? That's a Yeti. I don't want to fight a Yeti, though. Yetis kinda suck. Wham. Or a Sasquatch. Yeah, I think it might be like a Sasquatch. I go with Yeti though, because we're in the snow. I don't know. He's just beating his chest over there like a weirdo. Okay, cool. The snowballs just slow me down. Ow! Don't be getting behind me like that. That hurts. Oh. Okay, I blocked it. Hell yeah, it wasn't too difficult. We got it. Ow, quit it. Oh, man. Oh, that is so cool. I love the emotes. Oh, there's so many of them. Alright, we're gonna get out of here because there's a lot of them. Fucking run! Ow! He chased me pretty far. They are snow Wookiees. They do. They really do look like Wookiees. Yeah, I could see that. We're gonna heal again. We're gonna save again since we're right here. You know, since they chased us all the way back to the beginning of the level. I'm definitely not a coward. I just prefer to live. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Oh. There we go. Oh, almost couldn't block. There we go. Oh my god, I'm just hitting the rock. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm really good at that, leaving trails of dead bodies. Oh, I fucking died. Alright, well, look, good thing we literally just saved. Hey, oh, you just sat down. Take another piece of that bread with the thing, or did you just throw them in the oven? Not yet? Okay. Sorry guys, I wanted to be a fat ass, but I have to wait. Oh shit, maybe I don't kick this board.
Gotta wait for the cinnamon and minimum rolls.
Cinnamon. Cinnamon. Ah! Oh, nice. That actually killed him. Yetis, Sasquatch, Chewbacca's. Well, Chewbacca's more live in a forest planet. Like Wookiees and stuff live in a forest planet. Oh shit. Yetis and Sasquatches and stuff. Yeah, I could see them living in a forest and stuff. You'll be well. Lucky you, Dr. Bob Hader. I wish I could be a fat ass right now, but I have to wait. The cinnamon rolls have to bake. She's doing, I'm not too familiar with Star Wars stuff. Z, of all people, how dare you? Oh shit, we are in the thick of it. Oh, let's get out of here. Oh, I got 5 health potions left. Man, I really suck in use. There's a forest area, so they migrated up into the rocky terrain area. I'm eating Captain Crunch from cinnamon cereal. That sounds good. Yeah, right? Nice, he's downed. Okay. So. Take a hit from one of those. They barely do any damage compared to his hits. There we go. What's up here? Nothing. Alright, we're gonna go back down. Hey, as long as I don't have to get close to me, I'm fine with this. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Nice, we got him. There we go. That is awesome. So where does this one go? Is this gonna tell me? Hey, bud. Is he just gonna stay up? Okay, that's the summit. I don't want to go up to the summit yet. There we go. Run! Fucking run! Yep, I agree. I'm gonna run for my fucking life. I'm gonna go down this way, and then what's this? Enter a cave. Let's go to the cave, guys. Then we'll go to the summit. Oh, there's a fucking wolf. Oh, shit. That wolf took a lot more hits than I thought he was going to. Okay, okay. Alright, there's a lot of them here. Oh shit, oh shit. That would not have been good. No! Oh, you guys, I'm pretty sure it's been a while since I fucking saved. Ah, don't tell me. Oh, I hope not. Fucking A, it has been. Alright. Ow. Whoa, shit, that was almost bad. I should have given the puppies kisses. That's right. Those sharp teeth full of blood and viscera were the most welcoming thing. Died a warrior's death? Yeah, I did. That's pretty rare. Usually I die a coward's death. Which, to be fair, it's not being a coward. Like, you totally get it, right? Like, because I died from it, so I should have been scared. There we go. Alright. Oh shit, I almost got hit by that. Damn, I wish I could dodge roll. Awesome, now we're gonna move this way. Now we block. There we go, nice. Okay, take this one out. Press A to dodge. A didn't do anything, Z. Oh, I did not mean to hit that twice. Oh, that's right. You know what? Lil Wolf, you make a good point. I had actually thrown ice wolves at my players recently. I completely forgot. Those things will fuck you up. Damn it, he got behind me. What a jerk. Ah, get out of here. Holy shit. There we go. Fucking A. Now while those aren't frost wolves, they can be found later in this act. Oh, I didn't know I was gonna be fighting actual frost wolves. It's been so long since I played this game, I don't remember everything you go up against. Alright. We're gonna do this for real this time, guys. I don't know what those last tries were, but they definitely weren't like, you know, all of my skill. Definitely wasn't going all out there. There we go. There we go. The work group, you would think your name would be Dr. Bob Hader. She says kill counter, but what she means is my death counter. You guys just want to laugh at how many times I've died. If you guys have seen Dragon Ball Abridged, it's like the Krillin death counter. Oh shit. Alright, we got one off to the side. I'll fight you by myself. Yeah, and he's dead. Like the Wookiees in this game, nice. Frost Wookiees! Alright, we're gonna save again. Hey, Meat Popsicle. Is there can you do a favor for me? Can you add more ice to my water? Yeah, take your time. Thank you. Frost Wookie sounds like a cereal. You know what? I'd try it. There we go. I like to think the commercial for the Frost Wookiees says that with extra rar, but it actually has like the full sound. And it's just ear piercing throughout the whole commercial. There we go. Nice. Alright, we're gonna come back down, and there's another one. We're not gonna get cocky here because that's what happened last time and I died. So, I'm gonna shoot him. Oh shit, why did I walk up to him with a bow? Count Chocula. That sounds good. Wish we had cereal. I got milk for once, I just don't have cereal this time. Ahaha! And since we're all the way over here, well, we might as well save. Hell yeah. And we're gonna run back, we're gonna murder the rest of these fuckers. See, these guys think they can stop me, but what they don't know is I have unlimited lives. It's called reloading my game. Excuse me, sir. And there we go, that one hurt. I'm running. There we go. Ha ha ha. And fuck you up, fuck you up. There we go. Hell yeah. What do we get? What do we get? A death counter and a save counter? Why do I feel like supremely called out right now? Okay. Damn it. Book 'em up. Yep, hell yeah, I'm doing that. But so I'm also gonna go ahead and go save again. The last time for a minute. Death counter and a save counter. Thank you for the water. Oh, it is time for a quick switch 'em up of my nicotine. So give me 1 second, guys. And yeah, if I could get Zen to sponsor me or Velo, that'd be awesome. Also, guys, I have to go check out something real quick that's just off screen. Oh, look at this. Oh, man, we got our whole living. This is my whole house, guys. This is it. Well, hang on, you don't see nothing. Whoop.
Me weapons are thirsty for
Turn
blood.
around, I still got it. I can't steal a cinnamon roll, they're still raw. Unfortunately, but also can't smoke on stream, so I definitely didn't do that. Okay. Now we're gonna go murder. Balls. Alright. So we made it this far. We got rid of, look at all these little blood spots. Hopefully that's not like where I took a massive hit. Oh my god. Every one of those shots. I've been there, he ain't lying. That's the whole place. Yeah, it really is. It really is the whole place, guys. Oh shit. I didn't think we were going to be able to point the camera in a way where it would just take up, it would cover the whole living room. Nice. Alright. So now we're going to go down and we're going to hit this cave because I still want to do that. I still want to check out the cave, but we're going to go about it a little smarter. So can I recall? I can recall from here. Awesome. All right, so we're gonna talk to the shopkeeper. Gonna sell.
Such fine steel as you will in this shop. Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
There we go.
How can I help you, brother?
And then we're gonna go buy some more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Well,
Perfect.
if you're in need of a weapon, you've come to the right place.
Are the rest of your guys' brains ruined like mine is? Like, if I count to 10, and my brain just immediately goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do, 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 do. Anytime I've got to count to 10 or 11 or 12, my brain just goes with that. So this is 5.
What are you buying? I'll buy that at a high price.
It's Dr. Bob Hader, Sesame Street. You got it. That's exactly what it is. And for some reason, what would it be now? 20 years later? 22 years later? I'm still doing it. Still got that stuck in my head. Alright. We got more potions. We're gonna save. Good thing we don't got a save counter yet. And then recall. Haha. Oh shit. Stupid computer going dark on me. That melody is so insanely funky. Yo, kid songs are catchy as fuck. Oh my god. I mean, I guess they have to be if they want you to pay attention. Fuck, I didn't want to hit both of them. Damn it. There we go. Okay. Damn it! Why do I attract all of them? Run away! I don't want to attract all of them. Gotta finish that guy off. Because I can probably take 2, but taking on 3 is a little rough. There we go. No orphans, you must kill them all. But Grandpa, I'm tired. Oh. I'm tired of this shit, Grandpa. There we go. Ha, rough. Oh, damn. I waste so much money on health potions, and then I just use all of them. Why does hurting him make the other one come after me? That's terrible. Oh, there we go. Yep, I mean, to be fair, it is, yes. I probably would be like, yo, what the fuck, man? I guess this place had nothing important in it except for a bunch of dead dogs. Weird. All right. Now, I've never thought of it that way. You either make them orphans or you kill the children. I mean, yeah. What's worse? Like, being an orphan's pretty terrible, I imagine. Right? Like, that's gotta suck. But being dead's even worse, I guess. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, we got through all of them. And there's a save point right there. Let's make sure I'm safe to grab it. There we go. Nice. Hey, let me know at all, guys, if the music is a little too loud or if you think it's at an okay volume. You think it's okay? Okay. What do we have over here? It is an ice cave, and then we have the way to the summit. So I just saved, right? Yeah, I just saved, so we're gonna... Also, yeah, that's true. That's true. Getting a Batman type thing is probably not a good idea. I just imagine just somebody coming back at you. That or Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Alright. There's a lot of stuff in here. Alright, alright. We're finding a bunch of shit. Ooh, that was loud. Let's check and see what we got. Because I feel like we just... An amulet of intellect. Now, right now I have protection. I imagine intellect is good for magic, but I don't have a use for any magic yet. One mofo showing up and getting in your face because he killed his family. I just read that book so much better than the movie. Really? I never read the Princess Bride, but I can imagine. I mean, the movie is amazing. Yeah, I agree 100%. But I did not know. I've never read it. I did not know it was a book. I've seen the movie hundreds of times. That's cool. Show up and get in your face because he killed his family. That's funny. Oh, we got these guys again. This is what those lone wolves turn into after I kill their father. Oh shit. You okay in there? Ah, damn it. They're just too far enough for me to... I gotta move. They're just too far enough for me to not be able to hit them. Get out of there! Get out of there! Holy shit! There we go. Nice, nice. Okay. Well, you know, we're right here. We might as well... No, we might as well save. Oh, that's not cool. Ah! That big one, I believe, was a troll. Oh, like that. That shit hurts. Yeah, that's gonna kill me if I don't move. Oh, shit. Let's get the fuck out of here. We're gonna go get some more health potions. I don't think I have anything to sell. Actually, yeah, I can sell that because I don't need that. And a light mace of disruption doesn't do shit for damage. So now... And we're down to 3,000, so that's pretty good. So we're steadily gaining money. We're at like 1,000 each time. Let me look at our shield. What's my shield at? My shield is 5, and it's an iron shield plus 1. That shield was a 6, and it's an iron shield plus 2. So it's the same thing, it's just a little bit stronger. What are you buying? I'm gonna have that stuck anytime I see this guy now, Z. That's on you. It's gonna be stuck in my head every time. I'll buy that at a high price. That's the only shield that's offered. It's a little bit better, so we'll go for it. Alright, so we're gonna... Yeah, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna go... here... Get that one equipped. I mean, it is a nice shield. And then... Forgot to sell it. Sell the old one. Alright. And let's save. And recall. Alright, let's go back, motherfuckers. Let's do this. Ah! There we go. Alright, let's fuck this guy up, huh? Hell yeah! Wasn't as difficult as they've been in the past. That's great. Let's do that. Pop that up a little bit. This game is D&D, yes. This is based off of like the old system of play. Not like directly based off of it. Oh, nice. But it is based out of Faerun. Baldur's Gate itself is oh, I gotta run. Baldur's Gate itself is in Faerun. Nice, nice, nice. Gonna heal that up. Nice, and we leveled up. Hell yeah. All right. Oh, hey guys. I wasn't looking. Oh man, I wasn't looking. Well, at least we saved. Son of a bitch. We were doing so good too. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, that would be my ticker going up. Oh. Oh, that hurt. Leather gloves +3. That actually... Those are 5, so they're not better, but... We can hold on to them. There's such things as rust monsters, and if we come across one of those are gonna suck. So, be nice to have a little bit of armor. Oh shit. There we go. Ow, if I can hit him. That's nice. There we go. All of them are down. Now let's see. Can't hit those barrels. But I can do that and run away! Ha 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 ha! There we go. Alright. Oh, and apparently I do get experience from that. That is awesome. Nice. All right, so we are going to throw a little. See, that's always nice. I don't care about that. That's great. We should really get faster health regeneration. We should really get our wisdom up a little higher. That's going to help with experience. We have 8 points to use. Health regeneration rate is always a good thing to have. Improve. This feat allows you to do a continuous block with a melee weapon as if it was a shield when none is equipped. That's useful, but at the same time, I do equip a shield almost all the time. So, let's do... Alright. Let's do shield and block. Yes. Yes. So improved block is a good one, but at the same time, I use a shield. I use a shield all the time, so I don't need to waste any points on giving me the ability to use a shield without a shield right now. I'm looking at another one in Sword and Fist, or another one in Intestinal Fortitude, which would be health regeneration, or ooh, Bull Rush is a good one too. carrying capacity. We haven't run into that being an issue, but we could increase dodge. Dodge would be similar to block. We do take a lot of damage, and that is something we should work on. So let's do that. Let's go with that, and then I guess we'll save the rest of the points. Oh. Damn it, it killed me. Yeah, I see your message, Z. This is a little too late. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to do something a little bit different there. Maybe I use less arrows with these little guys. If I use less arrows with these little guys, and then I use them really only for those guys, then I stand a chance, I think. Problem is if I get hit with that, I have to be... That sucks. It also slows me down a lot. Ooh. There we go. It is only a oh, it's gonna be more than a flesh wound if all of them come after me. Holy shit! I just want one of you. Yeah, they're massive, aren't they? I'm just a little 5-foot guy. I'm a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Shut up, dog. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Oh, fucking run! Holy shit, that had me on the edge of my seat, guys. I did not think I was gonna make that. Holy shit. We'll get that level up in a second. Yeah, I almost didn't, that's for sure. Alright, come on, one dude. Alright, got rid of him. Gonna dodge that. Bam, bam, bam. Ah! Cool. Well timed, me popsicle, well timed. Oh shit, he's really fast, guys. I was wondering why all of a sudden this guy had Tom Kenny's voice. Took me a second to realize what was happening. Nice. All right. Dr. Bob Hater has a question for you, me Popsicle. Dr. Bob Hater has a question for you.
So the way I did it is that there's a little purple icon somewhere on the stream or next to chat, and it looks like a speech bubble with eyes and headphones, and it's got a bunch of separate memes. You can use those to interact with the stream.
That's my purse! I don't know you!
I love it. I love it. If you guys want to imagine it this way, this is just Bobby Hill in this armor. Let's get out of here. Yes, the new season is awesome. I am loving the new season of King of the Hill. I thought it was interesting that at one point Bobby ended up with an alternative girl. It just kind of plays more into the fact that Bobby Hill is me. I think we are like episode 8? No. 7? Somewhere around there.
We just saw the last episode with Khan.
Oh.
So,
dang it,
or
Bobby.
like we're one past that.
One past the episode with Khan. Yeah, okay. Yeah, God dang it, Bobby. Well, you see that, Bobby? You see how he turns the wheel? That boy ain't right. Alright, we're gonna go right first and see what's over here. Oh shit, I gotta move. Taking too much damage. Nice. Health? Oh yeah, I'm doing better now. Doing better now. Oh shit. That's alright. We got him. And we gotta go this way. I love that he opens an Asian. Yeah, German-Asian fusion. It's so odd. I kind of really want to eat there. Like, that sounds awesome to me. Hey, this new shield is helping a lot. I hope there's a new save point down here on the right. Alright. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Run! He's fast. Damn. I was just missing every hit there. Alright, we're gonna run back to this save point up here. We're gonna save. We're gonna recall. And we're gonna come back. We're gonna save again. So, yeah. That way we can get some new potions. Speedy. Speedy Gonzalez. I can say that because I'm married to a Mexican now.
Wow. That sucked.
Shut up, dog. Alright. There we go. I don't think I have anything to sell. Maybe those guys. Oh, I guess I can sell those. I picked up a lot more than I thought I did.
More than enough weapons for everyone.
Okay.
How can I help you,
Well, first things first, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me make sure I actually got 10. Nope, I miscounted. 10. There we go. Alright, let's take a look at the weapons. Take a look at the weapons here. That's the one I just bought, isn't it?
Axes, hammers, we have more than enough weapons for everyone. How can I help you, brother? Welcome, brother. If you're in need of a weapon, you
Speedy, no! So, 3,000 for new chain boots.
never will
Let's do
see
it!
such fine steel as you will in this shop.
Alright. Sell the scale boots. Yes! And then we go back in here, we equip them, and look at it. Looks like nothing's different. Alright. Let's recall. And let's save. And with that, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. I have to go use the bathroom myself. I figure you guys can grab yourself something to drink, something to eat, whatever. Either way, I will be back. Oh, okay. Hey guys, welcome back. Right, so I decided that we're probably gonna run for another hour or so. We'll probably run till about 10 o'clock tonight and then call the stream. But that means we have a lot more Baldur's Gate to get done. So let's go left or right. Hello, Rosie. Yeah, that's a Rosie ear. That's a good view of Rosie. Oh, she wants to attack Sage. Alright. I was like, you could actually see Rosie really well. I'm surprised how much light there is. Now that the sun's gone down, I'm not getting all that extra light, so I thought it was going to be pretty dark. Whap. 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 Burning Eye Summit East. Oh, hi. Damn it, I was trying to pick up that health potion. Ah! Is it gone? That's unfortunate. I really thought it would still be here. Huh. That's the only reason I came back. Redeemed ban and in-game action. No dodging.
Wow. That sucked.
No dodging. Well, okay. So does that mean no blocking? Because if you mean no blocking, then, because, like, I can't really dodge. I can run, but I can also block. So dodging, the skill itself, dodge, only adds more to my AC. It makes it harder for me to get hit. Right. No running, so I have to move slow. Oh, no running away. Okay, I get you, I get you. Alright, no running away. Okay, I gotta be careful with this one because I got two of them on me and I can't run. Hey! Ahaha! I will not run as much as I want to. I must face my enemies. Oh shit. Oh, okay, we got something. Gotta heal up.
Well, oh, that's a hell of a weird sound. I never made that before.
I don't think I've ever heard that. That was wonderful. Oh man, that one made me laugh. I don't think I've ever heard that before. All right. Nice. Okay. Well, see, I think your plan of not running away has made me less of a coward, but I'm still scared. I'm getting something. What do we get? Staff of Disruption. Alright, just gonna block a little bit. I'm gonna block, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna check out what's over here. Woo! It made me laugh too, the work group. I was fucking dying for a second. Oh man, that was a good choice. Alright, let's save real quick. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, he's this guy. Oh, damn, if he hits me again, I'm dead. Yeah, at least I saved. Just sucks because, okay, I was gonna say it just sucks because I absolutely have to kill him now. I'm gonna save again now that he's dead. But I still cannot run from enemies. I have to face them. Oh no, a poor dead dwarf. Torch for lighting the signal tower. Oh, I can't run, but I can blow him up. I can blow him up. Ah. I might die. I might die. Okay. Ooh, that hurt. Block and heal and heal. Ooh. One more heal. I gotta time it right, because if I don't, we're dead. Ah! Motherfucker thought he could take on a dwarf. Alright, and we got another enchanted bow. That's nice. What else we got? Some potions and rings. We'll take a look and see in a second here. Oh, look at that. Another enchanted something. Alright, let's take a look. We have a 5 to 9 short bow, not better than what we have. A 9 to 13 morning star, not better than what we have. 4 to 12 battle axe, not better than what we have. So all of that'll sell good, but the gloves +1. We're also out of health potions. So let's run down to the bottom of this square. We'll finish out exploring this little area. All right, and then we are gonna go all the way back up. Gonna hit the save spot. We're gonna recall. Getting stuff worse than when you're using. Yeah, I know. I think it's because we spent a lot of money and bought better items. So the fact that we have we bought better items, you know, everything we're gonna find is gonna be worse because it would suck to spend all that money. Then the next thing you know, you go back out and you get a better item right away. All right, so let's recall. Z, this doesn't count as running away. This is a tactical retreat.
Swords, axes, hammers.
Sell all of those and that. Sell that. Sell these, and I don't need that. Perfect. All right, so we're pretty good on that. Now we're gonna buy about. Okay, I'm glad. Let's see here. Need some health potions. I wasn't counting, but I think that was close to 10. That was 11. Okay. I always hoard my money in games. Yeah, you know what? Same. I like to hoard it, but I have a really bad problem of, like, if I need potions, I'm just gonna go spend more than half my money on potions. Hi, Rosie. Do you know what you're doing? Hey. You know, you're blocking the camera. I don't think she cares. I think she's just happy to be here. Alright, let's see. I got all the potions I need. Let's check. Prices are a little better. Oh, what What the hell was that, cat, for 0 bits? You know, I actually didn't hear that one on my end. Let's see.
How can I help you, brother?
I wonder if Meat Popsicle is aware of that. Hey. The work group played What the Hell Was That, Cat for 0 bits, and neither of us heard it.
Come to the right place.
So I wonder if that's...
Never will you see
Yeah, I wonder if that's something that you gotta, like...
shop.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know anything about... Okay. So banning an in-game action, no dodging.
Swords, axes,
So interesting. It does show me that on my activity feed that you typed in no dodging with your banning the thing. That's awesome. All right. So I don't think we're gonna. Well, 9 to 15. What do we have? We have
you've come to the right
8 to 14. So we'd be spending $4,000 to get 1 better damage.
shop.
And I really don't think that's worth it.
Swords, axes,
Maybe once we get like 15,000, that'd be nice.
everyone.
Alright, so then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna purchase 2 of the other better armors. We have boots. We'll get this one and we'll get this one. And then we'll sell the helmet and the gloves. And then we'll exit. Whoop, not with that button. Nope, that's a capture. There we go. Aha, and now we have just a little bit better armor. I think that was worth it more so than just doing a little bit more damage. So we'll save and then recall back. Man, I hope we're getting recall potions because I'm gonna hit an area soon where we're not gonna be able to recall. That's gonna suck. Hey, more puppies. Ooh. Ugh. Oh shit. I'm not allowed to run, so I gotta fight. I got him, Z. I got him. We're gonna circle back up here and see. Oh, there's more wolves. Yeah, there we go. All right. Wow! Dog, that reminds me of any time in Fairy Tale. I love hearing that one. I was looking around for Natsu or Happy's help right now. Oh shit. No, Vinny, you can't have it. Alright. So, we are gonna head up this way. We got a couple more wolves. Hell yeah. Now we only got 1 more wolf. Damn, I used almost all my potions already. I guess I only bought like 10. It is Vinny's birthday, yeah, but I don't know what he's begging for. He just had his dinner. Lily's making him a cinnamon roll that doesn't have cinnamon or cloves in it, so that way he can enjoy a dessert. Alright, so I think when I grabbed that thing off of the dwarf, that was what I was supposed to do and that was it? Right? Let me look. No, I just have to find cat can eat baked goods. A cat may, yeah, I imagine Rosie could have some, like, she loves bread, but I gotta be careful, like clove and cinnamon. With a dog, cinnamon is okay in small, very small amounts, like an eighth of a teaspoon. If you're gonna use it in baking something, you don't want to just give it to them raw or straight, you know what I mean? But if you can't give dogs cloves. Cloves are poisonous, toxic. We looked it up a little bit ago, because normally what we do is we get Vinny a homemade, like, blueberry muffin or something like that. But we didn't have the money for that. We didn't have any of the ingredients, so... What's that? One more time. For 5 pounds for the cinnamon? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, and yes, Vinny is the dog. The cat in front of me right now, that's Rosie. Right, Rosie? Nope. Don't you growl at me. She growled at me because I was petting her. She'll either be super happy and purring because you're petting her, or she'll growl at you because you're petting her. Alright, actually I should save there just because I don't want to have to run all that way again. Sage is probably laying in the bedroom. She's been, anytime I have to do laundry, if I have to put laundry away, I throw it on my bed, and usually if I have a pile of laundry on the bed, that's where Sage is sleeping. Oh yeah, guys, don't forget to use my link and my code for HelloFresh. If you do, and this is for new subscribers only, you will get 10 free items plus add-ons for life. This is for local, like active subscription if you're in the US. But yeah, it's totally worth it. Lily and I use it all the time. It's a great service, a healthy and cheap alternative to takeout. Yeah. Also, if you're not following the channel, hit that follow button if you would. It not only helps me out, but it'll notify you when I go live. I do try to go live every Tuesday at around 9 to 9:30. If I get lucky, it'll be a little bit earlier in the day if I'm not working. But yeah, give me a follow, and if you miss any streams, check out my YouTube channel, Dr. Bob Rob's VOD Drop. Last but not least, we have opened up monetization. You can do donations as well as purchasing for subs and bits and stuff like that. So give it a look out, see what you think. Thanks, guys. Cool. Let's go over on the West Summit now. I wasn't looking. No, don't save. This is where I die. This is where I die. This is where I die. Holy shit. Holy shit, guys. I fucking survived. What was that? We're gonna save. Z, I couldn't run away. And I survived. And it's your fault I couldn't run away. Holy shit. Let's see. Nothing better than what we had. Got some arrows. Whoops. There we go. I love it. I didn't realize how long that thing was. Alright, let's sell. Victory for me! Thank you, Z. Thank you.
Welcome, brother. If you're in need of a weapon, you've come to the right place.
Alright. Did you just hear it over there?
Never will you see such.
There we go. Okay. And recall. All right. Now we'll save again and we'll kill this guy. Damn, he didn't hit me once. Nice. There we go. Okay, we're gonna go this way because I want to meet up with that center thing there. I can't run away. I can't run away, but man, do I want to. Oh, shit. No shit, Z, we did it again. Z, I'm gonna keep blaming you and blaming these wins on you because I would have ran away. I would have ran away a long time ago. There we go. There we go. This place is huge. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, that sucked. I mean, yeah, running headfirst is great. It's so wonderful. Damn it. That's okay. That's okay. Where are we at right now? All right. Normally that would have worked out in my favor. I'm gonna kill this guy and then I'm actually gonna go up the other way first because I feel like I should attack this guy head on first. Oh shit. I just realized no running away. What about like tactical regrouping? Oh shit. Like just running around in a circle real quick to like make sure nobody gets behind me. You think that's okay? To be fair, I won't ever dip on a battle, but circling around is a little easier sometimes. Ooh. Perfect, perfect. So like circle around, pull them up this way. Bam, bam, bam. That's strategic running. Yes, see, that's different. That's totally different. Ooh, that would have killed me. That almost killed me. Oh, that hit me. Holy shit, did I have almost no health? Holy fuck. Okay, I'm not running away from a battle. There is no current battle happening. I'm going to run back to the save point. We're gonna save, we're gonna get more health potions, and we're gonna come back.
I'm skeptical that you could, yet intrigued that you may.
I like that one. I like that one a lot. Alright, let's see. Recall.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Alright.
How can I help you, brother?
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Perfect. 15. That one definitely did fit good, yeah.
In need of a weapon, you've come to the right place. Never will you see such
Perfect. Alright. Recall. And save again. And now we go straight up and we take care of these guys. Damn, I'm not rolling very well as far as damage or hits. Just burning through health potions though. Fuck them up! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Now here's the thing. I want to get this whole area done. Oh, this is a motherfucker. Oh, damn, he just like plucked my face off. Alright, we'll try that again. Let's try that again, guys. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So now... Oh. Okay, that worked. Oh, shit. Hang on, I'm gonna do this. Damn it! That did nothing. There we go. Actually, the other dude got hit. Oh shit. This one's taking a while, guys. Holy hell, that did take a while. Alright, let's see what we got. Leather armor +2, which is 11, and we have a 21, so we're doing a lot better. Imagine if we didn't have that 21, though. That would fucking suck. Alright, so we got that guy beat. We are gonna hit that save point again. Alright, we're gonna go up. We're gonna go to the right and up around to the top. Like right over here and then up and around. There are so many bodies. I agree, dog. We got gnolls, trolls, and fucking whatever else those things are. Oh my god, fucking... Fuck this guy up. Holy shit. Bread rolls. Gnolls, trolls, and bread rolls. Haha. Oh. Oh. Damn. Damn. We were so close. All right. Well, luckily we saved right before we came up this way. Do it again, but this time, fuck it, we'll do it live. Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. So now back to a bow. He's gonna be right there. Ooh. Hell yeah! There he goes, and he goes down. Like the big bitch he is. Alright, we got our bow out, we're ready for another one. Ah! This is actually working. I'm gonna do this. I'm not running from the enemy, Z. In fact, I am standing in the center of them. Haha! Aw, he hit me. Run! Ah! Ah! Damn. Sorry, Z, I gave up and I ran, but it didn't work anyways. Okay. We gotta kill that big thing again. What if we go this way instead? Let's go this way. I hear wolves. Wolves are easy. No. 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 This is not the wolves I heard. You are gnolls, sir. You are gnolls. Oh shit. Yeah, I can't fight him. Not like that. Alright, we're gonna do this for real this time. What if I go up here? Like, what's up here? Bunch of these guys. These guys I can try to handle. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Woo, and we dodge. And we dodge again. And we dodge again. Dodge again. Dodge again. And we go up. Oh, and we got him! Oh shit, oh shit. Okay, okay, we got that one, right? That should be it, yep.
I don't know you!
Hell yeah. Alright. So let's go up this way, because we know this way is... Oh, more of these guys. Alright. Alright, alright. I probably did. Damn. 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 I'm having a hell of a problem with this one, aren't I? Okay. Well, we did have a good path, so we're gonna take the same path up and around again. There we go. Damn, that hit me. Oh, nice. Okay. Alright. I'm running back and saving. Gotta save. Otherwise, we're not gonna make any progress. There we go! Oh, you are back in here. Good. Cool. Alright. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, I can't run. I can't run. I just remembered. Damn. I did save it. Dr. Bob Hader. So we'll be good on that. I just need to go back up, and we're gonna take a different path up. We're gonna go up towards the middle. We're gonna go up to the right, and we're gonna take out that other one that's off to the right. Well, we could also take out that one. That one's not too difficult. Ah! Oh my god, there's a save point there! Damn. Yeah. Maybe that works. There we go, that's what I want. Even if he's just doing a little bit of damage to him, there's a save point right there. There we go. We're gonna create a new save, because it might have been a really bad spot to save. I was able to make it away pretty okay. But I also need to recall. We gotta get more potions. I'm fully out of potions. Again. I use them way too much.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone. How can I help you, brother?
And then we're gonna go back. We're gonna spend all 3 grand. Yeah? Nah, maybe we'll just do half of it. There we go. Okay. Save. Recall. And... Hell yeah, alright. Okay. Let's see, what do we have? I have another big troll thing over there. Stop running behind me, you piece of shit. There we go. There we go. Alright, we got them all, but because I am not allowed to run away from a fight, we have to go up here. Ooh, that's not good. No shit! I'm not running, I'm just tactical retreating! Dark Alliance today, that is correct, Bojack Skullcrush. We did a little bit of Paper Mario earlier, but we decided to finish her off with some of this wonderful game. Now, I know I said I was probably going to stop around 10 o'clock, guys. We might be able to push it a little bit later. Oh, come on, come on. Heal up. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm running way too slow. There we go. There we go. Yes, yes. So I got her up and running probably around 6:30, somewhere around there. All right, all right. Wait, we gotta get behind him. All right. Hell yeah. That hurt. That really hurt. Oh shit. Oh, that killed me. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Hey guys, while I got your attention for a second, I am being continuously sponsored by HelloFresh. So we were able to refresh the sponsorship. If you guys use the link and the code, you will get 10 free items plus add-ons for life. Check it out, totally worth it. Lily and I have used it in the past. It's a great, cheaper and healthier alternative to take out. It's totally worth it. If I can cook those recipes, I think you guys would be just fine doing it. As well as monetization has been opened up in the channel. So if you guys would like to, you're more than welcome to subscribe to the channel. If you're not following, I do that as well. Following is free, and you'll get notifications when I go live. I do try to go live on Wednesday or Tuesdays around 9 to 9:30. If I get lucky, I can go earlier than that. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, let me know. Oh, apparently Meat Popsicle told me that the pinned comment will lead directly to the donate page. Okay. Oh, my back. Yeah, I am glad too. I didn't know it was gonna happen. I thought it was like once that week or whatever it is, or that month is up, I thought it would be it. But we took a look and we were able to refresh the sponsorship, which is awesome. What is this? Did we go this way? Oh, we didn't go this way because there is but another troll monster. Oh, nice try, motherfuckers. Yeah, Bojack, if you want to, you are more than welcome to. By no means am I asking for it, but I will gladly take it if you want it. Ooh. Oh, shit. Okay, we got him. Alright, so we got that one. Now there's one big guy right up here. Right? No, he's gone. Where'd he go? Did he go down here? Look, I shouldn't have gone looking for him. I'm not allowed to run away. Oh, I blocked the wrong way. Oh, why did I do that? Okay, we gotta be careful how I'm fighting this guy. There we go! Nice! Alright, so let's check really quick what that shield is. Wooden plus 3, wooden 3, no, we're okay. Alright, we're gonna circle back down and around, we're gonna hit that save point. Bojack Skull Crush. I don't have any to give, but cool that I could if I did. Yeah, no, and I appreciate it. It's really the thought that counts. The fact that you guys show up here every week is more than enough for me. I love having you guys here, and I love playing games with y'all. So, yeah. Okay, we are gonna go this way. Oh, you suck. I don't like you. I really don't like you. Yeah, I knew I was gonna die there. Alright, so we're gonna... Yeah, I'll do that one. Aw, thanks, E.
Let me tell you how this is gonna work. You're gonna
You ain't gonna tell me shit.
Listen!
Suck my
Shut up! Listen to me!
Suck my you man.
Listen!
Suck my
You will be here in the court on
You'll
Monday.
be here sucking my
Well, listen to me now!
Go yourself.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, get out of there, get out of there! Okay. I was not running from a fight, Z, it was a tactical retreat to then attack. Oh shit. Okay, cool. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. There we go. Come on, throw. There we go. Nice. See, that right there, I have to do it that way because that makes him pick up something that's not really there. And then I can just attack him while he's picking up that snowball. And usually if I... like, because it's going off of... Lol Wolf told me this. What was all that about dick sucking? You know, it's a thing. No, if you... another thing you can do is I have channel points redeemable now, so I have little, like, sound things you can do. Yeah, channel points will be... Oh, channel points are for the challenges? Oh, okay, so yeah, for a total of 0 bits, it's free to do. You can play a bunch of different sound alerts. Oh shit, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there! Sorry, Z. That was not running, that was tactical retreating again. I gotta think of a better joke, because that one's getting old quick. Oh! Okay, cool. Alright. Holy shit, I leveled up. Okay, let's take a look at what we got. Shield expert, +1 armor bonus is rank as long as I have a shield equipped, which is good. Improved critical, increases the chance of scoring a critical. We have a death blow, causes critical hits to deal more damage. Increases my attack rate slightly, which should be useful. More hit points is, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, right? I think that is the best option. So we'll do another one in that one. We'll actually do 2 more in that one. And then we're gonna throw another one in armor. Alright, it's gonna make it really hard to hit us. Our biggest problem lately has been that we get hit too much and we almost die. And I don't want that. I don't want that to happen. Alright. So, now we're gonna run back before I see an enemy. We're gonna save. We're gonna save. All right. You think you don't have the ability to send those sound bites? Why would somebody not have the ability to send sound bites? Is that I don't know either. I honestly don't know how to send the sound bites. Hang on, Meat Popsicle's gonna grab her mic and explain how to send them and see if maybe it's something on our end or whether it's on yours.
So as far as I know, the way that you do the soundbite interactions is there's somewhere on the screen, there's a little speech bubble looking thing, and he has white eyes and a set of headphones. You can click them, and he's got a bunch of memes. I don't know why, if it's telling you it's not, you can't use it, I don't know. It's working for me. It might just be its own thing, just fucking up and being stupid. Maybe refresh the stream, if anything, or maybe it'll work for you another time. I have no idea. I don't know if anybody heard that, because I think I just realized that was muted.
No, I could hear you on my headset.
You can, but I don't think they did.
Oh.
There's a little...
You might be using the browser because it seems like it's only an app function.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Well, I was pretty sure that you can use it on the web, but I'm not sure.
Shit, I shouldn't have started that fight.
There should be a random floating little icon somewhere on the screen of that little purple and white speech bubble with headphones.
Okay.
I have no idea if there's a separate setting that says that you can't use it on browser, but you can on app. If there is, I'll look for it, but I don't think so. I recommend refreshing your browser. Maybe that'll work.
Ah, shit. You know what sucks about all this, guys? I have no more, recall potions left. Oh, and I have no health potions left. That was the other thing. Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yeah, that one hurt. That one hurt. How long can I, like, do I have to not run for? Because I want to go back to being a coward. Yeah. Oh, hang on a sec, guys. Let me fix my back here. I'm in the wrong chair, so my back hurts. Oh. It is my stream, but Z, I didn't set any limitations beforehand, so it would almost be unfair for me to just be like, okay, I'm ending that. Okay, so that doesn't work like that. I really wanted that to be. There. Back to normal. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna switch out the chair behind me. Oh! It's been a while, so I say it's okay to be a coward. Yay! Oh no, you didn't shut up. Well, if anybody doesn't know, this is Benny. This is our old man. This is his birthday. Happy birthday, Benny! Spinach, folks! I didn't know we had spinach. Ah. Was that fun, Benny? Oh, okay. Bojack Skullcrush says I use a browser. I can't seem to find the option to do that. All right. Let's load. Okay, so we came back here. We have no health potions. Do we have no recall potions? Alright. I am going to just run through an area real quick to see where it leads so I know which way I need to go. We're not going to stop to fight anybody. We're just going to run through real quick. Ow. Oh shit, I might not even be able to just run through here either. Okay. Surprised I did. Wow. Alright. Yeah, Bojack Skullcrush, I totally get that. I feel like all these apps just take up a lot of extra space when your web browser only, you know, has a little bit of CPU that it needs to use and that's it. And then you don't have to, like, have all these settings just for a single app and everything. Yeah, I totally get it. Alright, so it looks like if we head left, which is the way we need to go, that it will be... probably the way we need to go, but it looks like either up or down just leads to a circle of the same direction. So let's go this way, and then we're gonna go back down. I don't think we went through this whole circle yet. And I can't turn my camera, which sucks. No, the camera in the game, it's fixed right now. Shit. There we go. We almost didn't make it through that, guys. Holy shit. Yeah, fuck it, we'll go. I was gonna run, I was contemplating on running back so many bodies. You know, Dog was just commenting about that as well. If you want to know where a save point is, follow the bodies. Oh, that killed me. Shit. Alright, so we're in a tough spot, guys. We don't have any more healing potions. We don't have any more recall potions. We have to find one or the other. Preferably a recall potion would be nice, because then I could just buy a shit ton. Looks like you've been killing it. Yeah, I mean, we've been making it through. It's a difficult fucking fight, the, like, area, though. And it doesn't help that I was not paying attention to how many potions I was using. Oh, I thought he was dead. That almost killed me. Okay. Got 2 more down. Wasn't allowed to run away, so it made it way harder. Yeah, that's one of the channel point things is you can ban an in-game action, and dog banned running away. This is stupid! We're dead. We're fucking dead. Ah, motherfucker. I was really hoping I could lead him into that little path right here. Like right here. This would have been a perfect spot to lead them down into. Cool. Bullshit, don't get behind me. I'm gonna kill your friend with no armor here. And then I'm gonna kill you. Damn, no potions. I got the one and I used it right away. Alright. I mean... might as well. 2 guys is 2 guys, and when they don't respawn... oops. When I play like that... oh, fuck. Ha! Ah, dead. Alright. Okay. Oh! Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and let myself die on this one. That taking that hit like that just drained me almost to nothing. We had a fair amount of health. If I were to sit here and just run around in circles, we would slowly gain our health all the way back. But I'm not gonna do that to you guys, because you guys came for action. And action it will be. Bam. Now I do this, and then go in, and then I do this, and then I go in, and then I do this, and then I go in, and then I do this. There we go. Alright, got him down. Guess what we're doing? That's right, motherfuckers. We're saving again. Alright. Alright, we got another health potion. Alright. You doing any kind of certain flavor, Bojack, or are you just gonna stick with normal microwave delicious popcorn? Oh. Oh shit. Woo! And he is down. Alright, so... ah, motherfucker. Oh, okay. I still don't have enough health potions. Whoops. Okay. We're gonna run all the way back up. We gotta save. We've killed a lot of things. All right. Oh, nice. All right, we'll see you in a bit. Right? There we go, and he's down too. We are almost dead from that. Holy shit. Really? See, I'm not big on popcorn myself, mostly because I get it stuck in my teeth. But at the same time, I don't know. I just feel like there's much better snacks. Like pistachios are pretty fucking delicious. But I know you got a sweet tooth too, Dr. Bob Hader. You're like me in that. There we go. Ah, nope, we're running. Z said it's okay, we can run! Oh, shit! I did not expect that.
I may not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one.
That was pretty well timed there, Z. Alright, let's go up and we'll take out these guys. Nice. Yeah, I'm enjoying the sound bites too. That was a really well-timed one. Alright, we saved again. We don't have any healing potions yet. No! Damn it! Okay. So we know we've got a few more of these guys to take down. I think I saw like 4 up here. Let's just get one of them down here. Or wait, I could just sit here and shoot him from here and he's not gonna move. Cheese the game. Nice. Alright, alright. They are, aren't they, Z? I mean, I'd be mad too if somebody just walked up on my home and started shooting me with a bow. But at the same time, cut a guy some slack. You look a little scary. Nice. We got a recall potion, guys. Holy shit. All right. We're going to grab that gold. We're going to run down to the save point here. We're going to use the recall potion. We're going to get a bunch of health potions. And we're going to come back. Probably going to buy some more recall potions too, so we do not get stuck in the same issue we have been. Okay. Let's see what we got. If we got anything good. Nothing good. Nope. We got 2 recall potions, though. That is good. Alright, we're going to go ahead and recall. Usually get the Chicago blend when I'm other places. I love a good cheese and caramel combo. I mean, yeah, cheese and caramel combo is really good. My whole hang up, I love the smell, and I'm sure it tastes great. My problem is it gets stuck in my teeth, and man, does it fuck up my mouth. So I just avoid popcorn.
If you're in need of a weapon, you've come to the right place.
Tell me, guys, in chat, what is the strangest flavor of popcorn you've ever tried?
Steal as you will in this shop.
Alright. Cotton candy. Interesting. I wonder if it would be good. Did you like it, dog? Yeah, it was awful. Fuck it. I said I needed a bunch. We're going with a bunch. Alright. Recall. By the way, dog, do you think you'll ever get Pat in here? I tried to convince her to show up, and she said, oh, maybe I will eventually. It was colorful and cute. A lot of things in the 90s were colorful and cute, but also tasted terrible, so I totally get that. Nice. Oh yeah, you're gonna hit this guy. Oh, wrong button. Wait, you've had dill pickle popcorn? That sounds terrible. Oh my god, get the fuck out of here. Holy shit. Oh.
Well, oh, that's a hell of a weird sound. I never made that before.
It makes me laugh just as much as it did the first time. Holy shit. Salt and vinegar. Okay, it says, I don't know, she might. I'll ask next time I talk to her. I told her to. Good, 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 good. We'll just keep bothering her until she shows up. Alright, since we killed those guys, we're gonna go down. We're gonna save again, because guess what, motherfuckers? I'm not losing that progress. Oh, yeah, we can go ahead and we can delete that, and then just do that now. Oi, oi, laddie. And it was just like dill vinegar and salt, not my favorite. Ugh, it just does not sound good. Nope. So my aunt really likes the salt and vinegar chips, and I tried them once or twice. I don't get why you're just like, yeah, let me just have this really sour taste on a chip. It's disgusting. Kettle corn. Kettle corn's not bad. I don't, like I said, I don't make a habit of eating it too much, but Lily likes kettle corn. And dill pickle flavored chips are pretty dope. Ooh. Hell yeah, guys, we made it through. Alright, and then this is another group. This is the other group we didn't make it through last time. Ooh, almost got hit by that. Welcome back, Bojack. Oh, nice. Got him. Oh, he almost got me. Yeah, that time he did. Alright, get the fuck out of there! Oh shit. Oh shit! Oh shit, I just got bitch slapped. Yeah, that's right, motherfucker. Ha ha ha! Alright! Oh, so there's another ice cave. Regular popcorn. Alright, Dr. Bob Hader, it's been nice having you here, man. We'll try and do this again next week. I mean, I say try and do it. We will do this again next week. And then, yeah, hopefully I can try to do it around the same time. Start at 6 and run till about 9 or so. Or run till about, 11 midnight. Let's see what time it is. 10:28 now. So I'll probably be going for another hour or so. All right. You suck, Dr. Bob Hader. You suck. Woo! Nice. Nice. Come on, lead him around a little bit. There we go! Hell yeah! Alright, and now go this way. There's nothing here. Awesome, you guys. That means we have circled around this whole section. And so I did find a cave up there. I kind of want to go into the ice cave, but I don't want that to be like where we have to go. So I guess we'll hit the save point here. We'll go up. We'll check the cave up here, and we'll see. All right, what's in here? Oh shit, that's a lot. Why you gotta surround me? No cave puppies this time, just cave yetis. Holy shit. There we go. Nice. All right, what is that? That's the exit. Cave Frost Wookiees, yes. So we're gonna go up. Let's see. Damn. Damn it. There we go. Cheese him. Hell yeah, I got him down. Oh shit.
Found something.
Lighting the signal tower. All right. Hey, so we did need to come here. We got the flint and we got the torch for lighting the signal tower. Yes. Isn't there a giant snow Sasquatch thing in Star Wars? I believe there might be. I mean, I know for a fact, Chewbacca ends up in Hoth a couple of times and gets covered in snow and kind of looks like a Yeti. Alright. So we're gonna go down, we're gonna hit this save point. And then we're gonna go back down, and I know at this point we can probably leave this area and head up the main mountain. But there's some other things we can do too. Hell yeah! Yeah, that's tries to eat Luke. Oh, I think you're right. That sounds right. God, you're right. It has been a very long time since I've watched out. That mountain has to stink. Nah, like, have you ever farted in a freezer? You don't really smell it. So, like, you're good. If anything, we should just push these bodies off the edge. What'd you say? I ain't telling nobody about farting in the freezer at work. I'm just saying that if you fart in a freezer... It's kind of the whole... If I did kill my wife, this is how I would have done it. Yeah. Oh, shit. Perfect time for him to get hit by that. How do you fart in a freezer and why? Well, if I were to... Oh, damn it. Carefully. Yes. I mean, I don't know. If you have to fart and you're in a freezer, then you're good. And nobody's gonna smell it anyways. But to be fair, don't do that if you work in a place, you know, and there's food in that freezer. Like, that's really bad and fairly gross. Well, I work in an area that's got a walk-in freezer. Makes it a little easier, but like I said, don't do that. That's gross. I definitely don't do that. You could also have, yeah, like a walk-in. You could also have one of those freezers that's on the ground, like just a standing freezer. Come on, I know I want to get these guys. Oh shit! All right, who's following? Better out than in, I always say. Well, I said that once. Oh, shit, that almost healed me. Yeah, that didn't, though. Alright, what do we get? +3, +2, 6. 3, 2 to 24. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Okay. Alright, so we got that, and then there is nothing left this way. Guys, we are almost done with this. This little area. This is where it just gets a little rough. Come here. Ah, shit.
I'm skeptical that you could, yet intrigued that you may.
Oh shit, I did get hit by him. Alright. Out of arrows, now we actually gotta go fight. Hell yeah, and we got him! I agree, it is a very sturdy tree. Thank God I used that thing. Oh shit, I'm out of arrows. You okay? What happened? You dropped your phone on your toe? You okay? I've done that before and I got a pretty heavy phone, so I know the pain. Alright, so we're gonna go just a little bit further. That's gotta be just a little bit. Okay, one dude. Two dudes. Yeah, that does hurt. I've done it before, and I've got a massive case on my phone, so it does a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Woo! All right, guys. We finished this area. Hell yeah! That's fucking awesome. Look at all these dead bodies. Look at all these wonderful, wonderful, stinking dead bodies. This is great. Nope, see up his asshole. That's not great. Woo! I agree. I agree, dog. It's a beautiful day. Beautiful day for a very difficult area for it to be complete. That's awesome. Alright, so we're gonna save there. And we are going to head on our way up top. Oops. We are probably only going to play for about another 20 minutes or so. I know I know a few of you just got in here, but we have been on for a while at this point, and I'm getting hungry. But we'll see how we feel in about 20 minutes. I'm looking at possibly around 11 o'clock to call on it. Bam. Food is good. Food is wonderful. I mean, throughout the stream, you guys haven't seen it, but I have been, every time we take a break, I went and got like a slice of bread. So that was good. Bread's good. Whoa. Damn, he took a lot to kill. Okay, we're gonna save again. We are going to recall again. Been a little while since we've recalled. Let us... What are you buying?
Welcome, brother.
What are you selling?
In need of a weapon, you
I'll buy that at a high price.
never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
All right.
Swords, axes,
And then...
more than enough weapons for everyone.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. And then we save again. And recall. And just because I like to Yeah, ever since you said that, dog, I have been thinking it every time I come across that dude. It's just, he is now the guy from Res 4. Okay. Let's go up and see what we can't get done. Because this should be the last area that I have to go through. I've gotten the torch. I've gotten the flint.
No more arrows.
Hell yeah, and we got him. I'm down to believe that theory.
No more arrows.
There's a lot of wolves. Alright, we have another ice cave. Feeling like there's puppies in this one. Oh no. There's just a dude. Them's murder puppies. Oh! Thank you, love. Alright. That is for later. Alright. Yeah, I got some delicious egg and sausage and cheese with mac and cheese. Egg, sausage, and cheese sandwiches with mac and cheese. Like, can't get better than that. Alright. Let's see here.
Brother, are you from Easting? Are you here to help us?
No, I'm of your clan, Colgrim. I'm here to help you. Let me tend to your wounds.
There's no time for that. You need to light the signal fire atop the burning eye, or else the clan will be butchered by those dark hells as soon as they find a way out of the mines.
I've already volunteered to go into the mines, Colgrim. I just need the key you have.
I don't have it. One of the others has it. We were attacked by a dragon atop the peak. An ice dragon. It froze the one holding the key in a block of ice. You'll need to light the signal fire to get to his body.
How do I light the signal fire?
Me bad. Each one of my men was carrying fuel and tinder for the watchtower. Find them and get it from them. Take this flask from me. You'll need it to fuel the flames.
Very well. I'll find our fallen brothers and I'll light the signal fire as quickly as I can.
Thank you, brother. The hopes of our people rest on your shoulders.
Where does it hurt? Oh, just around the big bloody spot. You know, everywhere. We will see it. I will see to it they are saved. Rest easy, Colgrim. Oh, he died. Colgrim is dead. His wounds were too great for him to be saved. Huh.
This looks important.
Yeah, it does. Just make sure he's really dead. Don't want no zombies coming up. Alright, guys. I think now that dinner is done and everything, but he didn't say blah. No, he didn't, but that's because I'm going to be saying it 100 times over and over when we get to the top of this mountain. But because the top of this mountain is going to be a boss fight, I think tonight this is where we are going to call it, guys. Give me 1 second to get back over to this save point. We will save it here. We made a good amount of progress. We got to get back to the top of the mountain to be able to light the thing and fight the ice dragon. But if you could switch me to just me. Oh, couple things before we go tonight, guys. Remember that I am sponsored by HelloFresh. If you use my link and my code, you will get 10 free items plus add-ons for life. It is a great service. Lily and I use it all the time. If I can cook, any of the meals out of that thing, I think you guys got this. That is for new subscribers only, though, so check that out if you can. Monetization is up and going now, so next week, if you guys want to, throw some, throw a little bit of bits my way. You will definitely get thanked in chat. We also have following. If you are not followed, do that. That'll let you know anytime that I stream. And I do try to stream on Tuesdays, whether it's 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Bojack, it was wonderful to have you in again. I will try to run a little bit later next time. I was glad you were finally able to catch the end of the stream as well. But yeah, guys, it's been wonderful, and I'm glad we were able to do this again this week. I hope to see you all next week. Have a wonderful night.